In the sleepy town of Willow Creek, a chilling mystery unfolds. A man vanishes without a trace, leaving behind only whispers of a crime no one can prove. Enter Father Brown, the unassuming priest with a knack for unraveling the darkest secrets. In Father Brown and the Invisible Victim, follow his quest to uncover a truth so elusive it might just be invisible. Packed with twists, suspects, and a classic whodunit vibe that Americans love, this audiobook will keep you guessing until the final chapter. Hit play, grab your headphones, and step into a world of deception. New chapters drop weekly, so subscribe now. In the sleepy town of Willow Creek, a chilling mystery unfolds. A man vanishes without a trace, leaving behind only whispers of a crime no one can prove. Enter Father Brown, the unassuming priest with a knack for unraveling the darkest secrets. In Father Brown and the Invisible Victim, follow his quest to uncover a truth so elusive it might just be invisible. Packed with twists, suspects, and a classic whodunit vibe that Americans love, this audiobook will keep you guessing until the final chapter. Hit play, grab your headphones, and step into a world of deception. New chapters drop weekly, so subscribe now. Chapter 1. The Vanishing of Samuel Crane Willow Creek. A quaint New England town nestled among rolling hills, buzzed with unease on a crisp October morning in 1952. Samuel Crane, a respected lawyer and pillar of the community, had vanished. His stately home on Maple Street stood silent, its front door ajar, a half-eaten breakfast on the kitchen table. No note, no struggle, no witnesses, only a faint scent of pipe tobacco lingering in the air. The townsfolk whispered of foul play, but the police, led by the gruff Inspector Hargrove, found no evidence of a crime. People leave, Hargrove grunted, dismissing the case. Father Brown, the soft-spoken priest of St. Mary's Church, wasn't so sure. Known for his quiet wisdom and piercing insight, he'd solved mysteries that baffled others. That Sunday, as he delivered his sermon, his eyes scanned the congregation. Crane's wife, Eleanor, sat in the front pew, her face pale, her hands trembling. Beside her, Crane's business partner, Victor Hale, stared blankly ahead, his jaw tight. Something was amiss, Father Brown sensed, and it wasn't just grief. After Mass, Eleanor approached him, her voice barely a whisper. "Father, Samuel didn't just leave. He was taken, or worse." Her eyes darted to the church doors, as if expecting someone to eavesdrop. Father Brown nodded, his round face calm, but his mind racing. He'd seen fear like hers before, the kind that hid secrets. "Tell me everything," he said gently. Eleanor recounted the night before Crane's disappearance. Samuel had been agitated, pacing their study, muttering about a reckoning. He'd received a letter that evening, one he burned without showing her. "He said it was nothing," she faltered, "but I heard him lock the door that night." Father Brown's brow furrowed. A locked door, a burned letter, a missing man. This was no ordinary absence. As dusk fell, Father Brown visited Crane's home. The police had left, deeming it a dead end. In the study, he found a single clue. A scrap of charred paper in the fireplace, with the word shadow scrawled in elegant script. To anyone else, it was meaningless. To Father Brown, it was a thread in a tapestry of deception. He slipped the scrap into his pocket, his heart heavy with the certainty that Samuel Crane's fate was tied to someone in Willow Creek, someone who sat in his pews, hiding in plain sight. Chapter 2. The Shadow of Suspicion. Father Brown returned to St. Mary's Rectory, the scrap of paper burning a hole in his pocket. The word shadow gnawed at him, a cryptic clue to Samuel Crane's fate. Was it a code, a name, or a warning? He lit a candle, its flicker casting long shadows across his modest study, and prayed for clarity. Mysteries, he knew, were like sins, hidden in the heart, revealed only through patience. The next morning, he visited Inspector Hargrove at the police station, a squat brick building on Main Street. Hargrove, a burly man with a perpetual scowl, was sceptical. "A piece of paper? That's your evidence?" he scoffed, tossing a file onto his desk. "Crane probably ran off with a mistress. Happens all the time." Father Brown smiled faintly. "And yet his wife believes otherwise. So do I." Hargrove relented, sharing what little he knew. Crane was last seen at his law office the evening before he vanished, meeting with Victor Hale. The two had argued loudly, though Hale claimed it was about a business deal gone sour. "Hale's clean," Hargrove said. "No motive, no record." Father Brown nodded, unconvinced. Motives, he knew, were rarely as clear as police files. At Crane's law office, Father Brown found Hale hunched over ledgers, his face drawn. "Father, this is a bad time," Hale said, avoiding eye contact. The priest's gentle demeanour disarmed him. "I'm here to help, Victor. What troubled Samuel that night?" Hale hesitated, then admitted the argument was about a client, a wealthy recluse named Margaret Voss. "Samuel wanted to drop her. I disagreed, that's all." His voice shook, betraying more than he intended. Father Brown noticed a photograph on Hale's desk, Hale, Crane, and a third man, all smiling at a fishing lodge. "Who's this?" he asked. Hale's face darkened. "Nobody. An old friend, long gone." The priest didn't press, but the lie hung heavy in the air. As he left, he spotted a typewriter on a secretary's desk, its font eerily similar to the script on the charred paper. A coincidence? He doubted it. Back at the church, Eleanor Crane arrived frantic. She'd found a hidden key in Samuel's desk, one she didn't recognize. "It's not for the house or office," she said, handing it to Father Brown. The key was small, ornate, like one for a safe deposit box. "Did Samuel mention a bank?" he asked. Eleanor shook her head, tears welling. "He was so secretive lately. I thought he was protecting me." Father Brown clasped her hand. "He may still be." But as he studied the key, he felt a chill. The shadow was growing, and it pointed to someone close, someone who knew Samuel's every move. Chapter 3. The key to secrets. The ornate key gleamed in Father Brown's palm, its intricate design suggesting a purpose beyond ordinary locks. Willow Creek's only bank, First National, was his next stop. The morning sun cast long shadows through the town's quiet streets, mirroring the unease in his heart. Samuel Crane's disappearance was no impulsive act. It was calculated, and the key might unlock more than a box. It might reveal a killer. At the bank, manager Arthur Prescott greeted Father Brown with a nervous smile. A wiry man with thinning hair, Prescott was known for discretion, a trait Crane valued in his financial dealings. "Samuel was a private man," Prescott said, adjusting his glasses. "He rented a safe deposit box years ago, but I can't access it without his key or a court order." Father Brown produced the key, watching Prescott's face. A flicker of surprise crossed it, quickly masked. "This is it," Prescott confirmed, leading him to the vault. The box, number 217, was small but heavy. Inside, Father Brown found a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with Crane's neat handwriting. The entries detailed meetings with Margaret Voss, the reclusive client Hale mentioned. Voss, it seemed, wasn't just wealthy. She was dangerous. Crane wrote of her demands and threats, hinting at blackmail. One entry chilled Father Brown. "Voss knows my past. If she speaks, I'm ruined." The journal ended abruptly. The last page dated the day Crane vanished. As Father Brown left the bank, he spotted Victor Hale across the street, watching. Hale turned away quickly, but not before their eyes met. The priest's suspicion deepened. Hale's argument with Crane, the photograph, the typewriter font. Too many threads led back to him. Yet Margaret Voss loomed larger, a shadow behind the shadow. Who was she, and what hold did she have over Crane? That afternoon, Father Brown visited Eleanor at home. She was sorting through Samuel's papers, her face etched with grief. "Did Samuel ever mention Margaret Voss?" he asked. Eleanor froze. "Once. He said she was trouble, someone he regretted meeting. I thought it was just business." Her voice cracked. "Father, what if she hurt him?" Father Brown didn't answer. Instead, he showed her the journal, omitting the blackmail details to spare her. "This may hold answers," he said, "but we must tread carefully." As he left, a black sedan idled across the street, its driver obscured. Father Brown memorized the license plate, his pulse quickening. Someone was watching, not just him, but Eleanor. The key had opened one secret, but it had also stirred a hornet's nest. Back at the rectory, he prayed, the journal beside him. Crane's words echoed, "If she speaks, I'm ruined." Father Brown closed his eyes. The truth was close, but so was danger. Chapter 4. The woman in the shadows, Margaret Voss, was a name whispered in Willow Creek, but few had seen her. Rumoured to live in a secluded mansion on the town's outskirts, she was a ghost in furs, her wealth and influence felt, but rarely glimpsed. Father Brown knew he couldn't ignore her role in Samuel Crane's disappearance. The journal's cryptic entries painted her as a puppeteer, pulling strings Crane feared to cut. With the black sedan's license plate noted, Father Brown resolved to find her. He began at the town library, where old newspapers might shed light. Librarian Clara Evans, a sharp-eyed woman with a memory for gossip, recalled Voss's arrival 5 years prior. "She bought the old Grayson estate," Clara said, retrieving a faded article. "Keeps to herself, but her money talks. Crane handled her legal affairs." The article showed a grainy photo of Voss at a charity gala, her face half hidden by a hat. Something about her eyes struck Father Brown. Cold, calculating, familiar. Armed with an address, Father Brown drove to the Grayson estate, a sprawling Gothic mansion shrouded in oaks. The iron gates were locked, but a groundskeeper, an elderly man named Amos, let him in after recognizing his clerical collar. "Miss Voss don't see visitors," Amos warned, but he escorted Father Brown to the door. Inside, the air was heavy with dust and secrets. Voss appeared, a tall woman in her 50s, her silver hair pinned tightly. "Father Brown," she said, her voice smooth as silk. "I wondered when you'd come." She led him to a parlour, where tea was served by a silent maid. Father Brown wasted no time. "Samuel Crane is missing. His journal mentions you." Voss's smile didn't falter. "Samuel was a troubled man, Father. He made enemies. Perhaps you should look closer to home." Her deflection was practised, but her eyes betrayed unease when he mentioned the journal. "I'm a private woman," she added. "My business with Samuel was just that, business." As he left, Father Brown noticed a typewriter on a desk in the hall, its keys worn. The font matched the charred paper's script. He also glimpsed a photograph on a mantel, Voss with the same man from Hale's photo, the old friend. The pieces were aligning, but the picture was still blurred. On the drive back, the black sedan trailed him, confirming his fears. Voss was no bystander. She was a player in this deadly game. At the rectory, Inspector Hargrove called. "The sedans," plate was registered to a shell company linked to Voss. "She's untouchable," Hargrove warned. Father Brown disagreed. No one was untouchable, not when truth was the weapon. He opened Crane's journal again, searching for the thread that tied Voss, Hale, and the mysterious third man together. The shadow was taking shape, and it was darker than he'd imagined. Chapter 5. The Third Man-Father. Brown's mind churned as he sat in his rectory, the journal and photographs before him. The man in both Hale's and Voss's photos was no coincidence. He was the key to unravelling Samuel Crane's fate. His face, lean and sharp, hinted at a past shared with Crane and Hale, one that Margaret Voss seemed eager to conceal. The priest's instincts told him this old friend was either a victim or a villain, and he needed a name. He began with Victor Hale, visiting his office under the pretence of offering counsel. Hale was agitated, his desk cluttered with papers. "Father, I've told you everything," he snapped. But his eyes flicked to the photograph, now conspicuously absent from its frame. Father Brown pressed gently. "Who was the man in the photo, Victor? Someone Samuel knew." Hale's face paled. "Nobody important. A client, long gone." The lie was thinner this time, and Father Brown noted a tremor in Hale's hands. Next, he turned to Eleanor Crane, hoping she might recognize the man. At her home, Eleanor was frail but resolute, clutching a rosary. When shown Voss's photograph, she gasped. "That's Daniel Finch," she whispered. "He was Samuel's friend from law school. They fell out years ago, something about a case. Samuel never spoke of him." Her voice trembled. "Do you think he's involved?" Father Brown didn't answer, but the name, Daniel Finch, lit a spark. Back at the library, Clara Evans helped him dig into Finch's past. A 1947 article revealed Finch had been a lawyer, disbarred after a scandal involving forged documents. He'd worked with Crane and Hale before vanishing from public view. Rumour placed him in Boston, but Clara recalled a gossip tidbit. Finch had been seen at Voss's estate last year. "He's her shadow," Clara said, half joking. Father Brown didn't laugh. The word shadow from the charred paper now had a face. That evening, Father Brown received an anonymous note slipped under the rectory door. "Stop digging, or you'll join Crane." The typewriter font matched the others. His heart sank, but his resolve hardened. Finch, Voss, Hale, they were a triangle of secrets, and Crane's disappearance was the centre. The black sedan circled the church as he read the note, its engine a low growl. He prayed, not for safety, but for wisdom. Inspector Hargrove called, reporting a lead. A witness saw a man resembling Finch near Crane's home the night he vanished. "We're searching," Hargrove said, "but Voss's lawyers are stonewalling." Father Brown thanked him, his mind on Finch. Was he the invisible victim, or the hand behind the curtain? As midnight struck, the priest lit a candle. The journal opened to Crane's last entry. "Finch knows too much." The truth was near, but so was the threat, and Father Brown knew the next step could be his last. Chapter 6. The Trail of Daniel. Finch, Father Brown, clutched the anonymous note, its typed warning echoing in his mind. "Stop digging, or you'll join Crane." The threat only sharpened his resolve. Daniel Finch, the disgraced lawyer tied to Samuel Crane, Victor Hale and Margaret Voss, was the shadow he needed to chase. The journal, the photographs, the typewriter font, all pointed to Finch as either a puppet or the puppeteer in Crane's disappearance. With the black sedan still circling Willow Creek, Father Brown knew time was short. He began at the police station, where Inspector Hargrove shared new details. The witness who spotted Finch near Crane's home described him as nervous, carrying a briefcase. "We traced Finch to a Boston address," Hargrove said, "but it's a dead end, a vacant lot." Father Brown frowned. Finch was a ghost, but ghosts left traces. He asked about the briefcase. Hargrove shrugged. "Could be anything. Papers, money, evidence." The priest's gut told him it was the latter. At St. Mary's, Father Brown pored over Crane's journal again. A cryptic entry caught his eye. "Finch's debt grows. Voss won't wait." Debt implied leverage, and Voss's wealth made her a likely creditor. Was Finch her enforcer, or a desperate man caught in her web? The priest needed to find Finch's last known haunt. Clara Evans, the librarian, had mentioned Finch visiting Voss's estate. Father Brown decided to return, this time unannounced. The Grayson estate loomed under a grey sky, its gates ajar. Amos, the groundskeeper, was absent, but a gardener let Father Brown in, mistaking him for a deliveryman. Inside, the mansion was silent, save for the tick of a grandfather clock. He found the parlour where he'd met Voss, the typewriter still on the desk. A quick test confirmed its font matched the note and charred paper. Then, in a drawer, he found a ledger. Names, dates, sums. Crane's name appeared, linked to a $10,000 payment to Finch, dated a week before his disappearance. As he pocketed a page, footsteps echoed. Father Brown slipped behind a curtain, heart pounding. Margaret Voss entered, speaking softly to someone, on a phone. "Finch is a liability," she hissed. "Handle it!" She hung up, her face a mask of cold resolve. Father Brown waited until she left, then fled, the ledger page burning in his pocket. Outside, the black sedan was parked, empty. He memorized its position and hurried back to town. At the rectory, he studied the ledger. The payment suggested Crane was buying Finch's silence or his services. But for what? The journal's mention of a past haunted him. Crane's ruin, Finch's debt, Voss's control. Something connected them, something buried deep. As he prayed, a brick crashed through his window, wrapped in a typed note. "Last warning!" Father Brown's eyes narrowed. Finch was close, and so was the truth. Chapter 7. The House of Lies. The shattered window of the rectory was a stark reminder. Father Brown was treading dangerous ground. The typed note, identical to the first, confirmed Daniel Finch, or someone protecting him, was watching. The ledger page, with its record of Crane's payment to Finch, hinted at a conspiracy rooted in money and secrets. Margaret Voss's overheard words, "Finch is a liability," suggested she was tying up loose ends. Father Brown needed to find Finch before Voss did. He turned to Victor Hale, whose lies about Finch were unravelling. At Hale's office, the lawyer was packing files, his movements frantic. "Father, I'm leaving town," Hale said, avoiding eye contact. "This mess with Samuel, it's too much." Father Brown blocked the door. "Tell me about Daniel Finch. He's no old client." Hale's shoulders slumped. After a long pause, he spoke. "Finch was our partner years ago. We worked a case, a fraud scheme. It went wrong. Finch took the fall, got disbarred. He blamed Samuel." Hale's story filled gaps. Crane and Hale had skirted the law, profiting from a client's forged will. Finch, their junior partner, was scapegoated when the scheme collapsed. "He swore revenge," Hale whispered. "I thought he'd moved on." Father Brown pressed. "Did Samuel pay him to stay silent?" Hale nodded, then clammed up, claiming ignorance of Voss's role. The priest left, unconvinced. Hale's fear was real, but so was his guilt. Next, Father Brown visited Eleanor Crane, hoping to confirm Hale's story. She was in her garden, crooning roses, her face drawn. Samuel never spoke of that case, she said when asked about Finch, but he changed after Finch's disbarment, guilty, like he'd betrayed a friend. She recalled a night months ago when Samuel received a call, his voice tense. I heard him say, "Finch, it's over." He hung up, pale as death. Father Brown's heart sank. Crane's past had caught up, and Finch was the reckoning. Back at the church, Inspector Hargrove called. A body had been found in a Boston alley, unidentified but matching Finch's description. No briefcase, no ID, Hargrove said. We're checking prints. Father Brown's mind raced. If Finch was dead, was he the victim? Or had he staged it to vanish? The ledger, the journal, Voss's call, all suggested Finch was a pawn in a larger game. But whose? As dusk fell, Father Brown noticed the black sedan parked near the church. He approached, but it sped off, leaving a cigarette butt on the ground. Crane's brand, the same tobacco scent from his home. The priest's pulse quickened. Finch wasn't the invisible victim. Crane was. And someone, perhaps Voss, was erasing every trace. Father Brown returned to the rectory, the ledger page in hand. The truth was a house of lies, and he was about to knock it down. Chapter 8. The Dead Man's Trail. The cigarette butt, reeking of Samuel Crane's favoured tobacco, was a chilling clue. Father Brown tucked it into an envelope, his mind racing. If Daniel Finch was dead, as Inspector Hargrove's report suggested, then who was driving the black sedan, leaving Crane's brand behind? The priest suspected a ruse. Either Finch was alive, orchestrating chaos, or someone was using Crane's habits to mislead. Margaret Voss, with her wealth and whispered orders, remained the linchpin. Father Brown drove to Boston, where the unidentified body lay in a morgue. Hargrove met him there, his face grim. The corpse was a man in his 40s, lean like Finch, but the face was unrecognizable, ravaged by time or violence. No prints yet, Hargrove said. Could be anyone. Father Brown examined the body, noting a scar on the hand, a detail Eleanor had mentioned about Finch from years ago. It was him, or a cruel coincidence. The priest's unease grew when he saw no briefcase, no papers, just a single key, like Crane's, in the man's pocket. Back in Willow Creek, Father Brown visited First National Bank, suspecting the key opened another safe deposit box. Arthur Prescott, the manager, confirmed it belonged to Box 218, registered to Finch. Inside, Father Brown found a single document, a contract between Finch and Voss, dated a month before Crane's disappearance. It promised Finch $50,000 for services, unspecified. A handwritten note in Finch's scrawl read, "Crane's debt is mine." The priest's blood ran cold. Finch hadn't just sought revenge. He'd sold it to Voss. At the rectory, Father Brown pieced it together. Crane's fraud case had ruined Finch, who turned to Voss for money and power. Voss, sensing Crane's guilt, used Finch to extort him, perhaps threatening to expose the old scandal. The $10,000 payment in the ledger was Crane's attempt to buy peace, but it failed. Finch's death, if real, suggested Voss was cleaning house, but the cigarette butt nagged at Father Brown. Was Crane alive, hiding, or was someone impersonating him? He called Eleanor, asking if Samuel had enemies beyond Finch. She hesitated, then mentioned a former client, Thomas Reed, who'd lost everything in the fraud case. Samuel felt awful, she said. Reed threatened him once, years ago. Father Brown noted the name. Reed, Finch, Voss, Hale. The web was tightening. As he hung up, a knock came. Opening the door, he found no one. only a typed note on the step. The bank was a mistake. The font matched the others, and the black sedan's tire tracks marked the dirt. Father Brown's heart pounded. Someone knew he'd opened Finch's box. Voss? Hale? Or Finch, alive and desperate? The key, the contract, the cigarette, they were breadcrumbs on a deadly trail. He knelt in prayer, asking for courage. The dead man's shadow loomed, but Father Brown was closing in, and the truth would not stay invisible much longer. Chapter 9. The Ghost of Thomas Reed, the Typed Note. The bank was a mistake. Sent a chill through Father Brown. Someone was tracking his every move, and the tire tracks outside the rectory confirmed the black sedan's presence. The contract from Finch's safe deposit box, tying him to Margaret Voss, suggested a conspiracy of extortion and betrayal. But Thomas Reed, the client ruined by Crane's fraud case, was a new thread. Father Brown sensed Reed's anger might hold the key to the invisible victim's fate. He began at the library, where Clara Evans dug up records on Reed. A 1947 article described him as a local merchant whose savings were wiped out when Crane and Hale's forged will case collapsed. Reed had confronted Crane publicly, vowing revenge, then left Willow Creek. Some say he died, Clara mused. Others think he's a drifter. Father Brown's eyes narrowed. A ghost from the past, like Finch, could be dangerous. Next, he visited Victor Hale, who was still in town, despite his claim of leaving. Hale was at a bar, nursing a whiskey. Thomas Reed? Hale scoffed when asked. A nobody. He blamed Samuel for his bad luck, but he's long gone. His tone was too dismissive, and Father Brown caught a glance toward the door, as if expecting someone. Did Reed know Finch? The priest pressed. Hale's glass shook. Maybe. Finch was around back then. The lie was thin, and Father Brown left, certain Hale was hiding more. At St. Mary's, Eleanor Crane arrived, her face ashen. She'd found a letter in Samuel's study, overlooked by the police, dated a week before his disappearance. It was from Reed, demanding a meeting. I know what you did, it read. Pay, or I talk. The handwriting matched Finch's note in the bank box. Father Brown's pulse quickened. Reed and Finch were connected, perhaps allies against Crane, both under Voss's thumb. Father Brown drove to the Grayson estate, hoping to confront Voss. The gates were open, but the mansion was dark, the staff gone. Inside, he found the parlour empty, the typewriter missing. A faint noise led him to the basement, where he discovered a locked door. The key from Finch's body fit perfectly. Inside was a small office, papers strewn about, including a photo of Reed, Finch and Voss together, dated 1951. Voss's reach was deeper than he'd imagined. As he pocketed the photo, the black sedan's engine roared outside. Father Brown slipped out a side door, heart racing. Back at the rectory, he studied the photo. Reed's face was gaunt, his eyes burning with rage. Was he the sedan's driver, Crane's tormentor, or another victim? The priest prayed. The journal, open to Crane's last words. Reed won't forgive. The ghost of Thomas Reed was alive, and Father Brown was about to face him. Chapter 10. The Reckoning Begins. Father Brown's discovery of the photo, Thomas Reed, Daniel Finch, and Margaret Voss together, confirmed a conspiracy rooted in Crane's past. Reed's letter, Finch's contract, and Voss's whispered orders painted a picture of vengeance and greed. The black sedan, the typed threats, the cigarette butt, all suggested someone was still playing Crane's ghost. Father Brown suspected Reed, driven by old wounds, was the key, but whether as victim or villain remained unclear. He started with Inspector Hargrove, sharing the photo and Reed's letter. Hargrove was sceptical, but admitted Reed had surfaced in police records. A vagrant arrested in Boston last year, released without charges. Could be anywhere, Hargrove said, but if he's tied to Voss, good luck proving it. Father Brown didn't need proof yet, just a trail. He asked about the sedan's movements. Hargrove confirmed it was spotted near Voss's estate last night, empty. At the church, Father Brown examined Crane's journal again. A faint entry, nearly illegible, mentioned a meeting at the lodge. The fishing lodge from Hale's photo, where Crane, Hale and Finch had once posed, was on Lake Willow, a mile from town. Reed's letter had demanded a meeting, perhaps there. Father Brown drove to the lodge, a weathered cabin surrounded by pines. Inside, it was abandoned, but fresh cigarette butts, Crane's brand, littered the floor. A map on the wall had a circled spot in the woods, labelled Our Heart Pounding. Father Brown followed the map's path to a clearing. There, hidden under brush, was a shallow grave. He didn't dig, fearing evidence would be lost, but the implication was grim. Was this Crane, Finch, or someone else? He called Hargrove, who promised to send a team. As Father Brown left, the black sedan appeared, blocking the road. A man stepped out, gaunt, scarred, Reed's face from the photo. "You're meddling, priest," Reed growled, a gun in hand. Father Brown raised his hands, voice calm. "Thomas, I know what Crane did, but killing won't undo it." Reed's eyes flickered torn, between rage and pain. "Crane paid Voss to ruin me," he spat. "Finch, too. She owns us all." Before Father Brown could respond, sirens wailed. Hargrove's team. Reed fled, the sedan vanishing into the dusk. The priest's knees shook, but he'd seen Reed's soul. Broken, manipulated, not the mastermind. Back at the rectory, Hargrove called. The grave held no body, only a briefcase with Crane's initials, empty. "A decoy," Hargrove muttered. Father Brown disagreed. It was a message. Crane was alive, or someone wanted him thought so. The photo, the journal, Reed's words, all pointed to Voss as the puppeteer. The reckoning had begun, but the invisible victim's fate hung in the balance. Father Brown prayed, the map beside him. The woods held secrets, and he would return, even if it meant facing Reed's gun again. Chapter 11. The lodge's secret. Father Brown's encounter with Thomas Reed at the Lake Lodge left his heart heavy, but his resolve unshaken. Reed's words, "Crane paid Voss to ruin me," confirmed Margaret Voss as the orchestrator of a vengeful scheme. The empty briefcase in the shallow grave, marked with Crane's initials, was a taunt, suggesting Samuel Crane might still be alive, or someone wanted Father Brown to believe so. The circled spot on the lodge's map, labelled R, gnawed at him. The woods held more secrets, and he needed to return. At dawn, Father Brown drove back to the lodge with Inspector Hargrove, who was sceptical but curious. The cabin's interior was untouched since the priest's last visit, cigarette butts still scattered. Hargrove's team searched the clearing, finding no new graves, but uncovering a hidden trapdoor beneath the lodge's floorboards. It led to a small cellar, damp and dark, containing a locked metal box. The key from Finch's body, still in Father Brown's pocket, opened it. Inside were documents, bank transfers from Crane to Voss, totaling $100,000, and a letter from Finch to Reed, urging him to stay quiet for their share. The priest's blood ran cold. Crane had been paying Voss, likely under blackmail, while Finch and Reed were her enforcers, or pawns. Hargrove seized the documents, muttering about warrants for Voss. "She's slippery," he warned. "No proof Crane's dead, no case." Father Brown nodded, but his mind was on the letter. Finch's plea to Reed suggested division in their ranks. Was Reed's rage turning against Voss? Back in Willow Creek, Father Brown visited Eleanor Crane, hoping to glean more about the lodge. She was pale, sorting Samuel's old photos. The lodge was his retreat, she said. He went there with Hale and Finch, back when they were friends. Her voice broke. Did you find him, Father? He hesitated, then showed her the briefcase's photo, omitting the grave. This was there. Does it mean anything? Eleanor gasped. It's Samuel's. He kept case files in it, sensitive ones. Father Brown's pulse quickened. The empty briefcase wasn't a decoy. It was a theft. As he left, the black sedan idled nearby, its driver gone. Father Brown noted fresh tyre tracks leading toward Voss's estate. He called Hargrove, who confirmed Voss was unavailable for questioning. Her lawyer's stonewalling. The priest's suspicion deepened. Voss was covering tracks, and Reed was her loose end. At the rectory, he studied the lodge's map again. The circled R wasn't just Reed. It could be a rendezvous. Crane, alive or dead, was tied to that spot. As night fell, a typed note slid under his door. The lodge is your grave. The font matched the others, but the paper smelled faintly of Crane's tobacco. Father Brown prayed, the document's words echoing. Stay quiet. The lodge held the key, and he would face its secrets, even if it meant walking into a trap. Chapter 12. The Trap in the Woods, the typed note's threat. The lodge is your grave. Didn't deter Father Brown. It clarified his path. The lake, lodge with its hidden cellar and cryptic map, was the heart of Samuel Crane's mystery. The documents linking Crane's payments to Margaret Voss and Finch's letter to Thomas Reed suggested a blackmail scheme unravelling into betrayal. Reed's gunpoint confrontation hinted at a man desperate, not in control. Father Brown suspected Voss was tightening her grip, and the lodge was where truths would surface. He returned at dusk, alone, knowing Hargrove's team was stretched thin. The woods were silent, the lodge a dark silhouette against the lake. Inside, the trapdoor too. The cellar stood open, a faint light flickering below. Father Brown descended, his flashlight revealing fresh footprints in the dirt. At the cellar's far end, a tunnel stretched into darkness. He followed it, heart pounding, emerging in a small cave. There, a figure sat hunched over a lantern. Thomas, Reed, his face gaunt, a gun at his side. Priest, Reed rasped, eyes wild. You don't quit. Father Brown knelt, voice steady. Thomas, tell me what Voss did. Reed laughed bitterly. She used us, me, Finch, even Crane. She knew about the fraud case, threatened to expose it. Crane paid her to keep quiet, but she wanted more. He gestured to a stack of files, Crane's case files, stolen from the briefcase. These name her clients. She'd kill to protect them. Father Brown scanned the files, spotting names of Willow Creek's elite. Voss wasn't just blackmailing Crane. She was a spider in a web of secrets. "Where's Samuel?" he asked. Reed's eyes darkened. "Gone. Voss's orders." Finch helped, then she turned on him. Before Reed could say more, footsteps echoed in the tunnel. Reed grabbed his gun, shoving Father Brown behind a crate. Margaret Voss appeared, flanked by a burly man, her driver from the black sedan. "Thomas, you disappoint me," Voss said, her voice icy. "Hand over the files." Reed hesitated, then lunged, firing a wild shot. Voss's driver tackled him, the gun skittering away. Father Brown seized the moment, grabbing a file and slipping back into the tunnel. Behind him, a shot rang out. Then silence. He ran, emerging at the lodge, the file clutched tight. The black sedan roared to life outside, chasing him into the woods. Father Brown hid in a ditch, the file's contents burning in his mind. Voss's clients, their secrets, and a note in Crane's hand. If I die, she did it. He prayed, the Seddon's headlights sweeping past. Reed's fate was grim, but the priest had evidence now. Voss was no ghost. She was a killer, and Crane's trail led straight to her. The woods had spared him, but the trap was still set, and Father Brown was its target. Chapter 13. The Widow's Truth Father. Brown escaped the woods, the stolen file from the lodge cave, a heavy weight in his coat. Its contents, names of Margaret Voss's clients and Samuel Crane's note accusing her of murder, were dynamite. Thomas Reed's likely death at Voss's hands confirmed her ruthlessness. The black sedan's pursuit meant she knew he'd survived, and Willow Creek was no longer safe. To find Crane, dead or alive, Father Brown needed an ally. He turned to Eleanor Crane, whose grief might hide untapped truths. At her home, Eleanor was a shadow of herself, her eyes red from sleepless nights. Father Brown showed her the file, omitting Reed's fate to spare her. Samuel wrote this, he said, pointing to the note. If I die, she did it. Eleanor's hands shook. Margaret Voss. Samuel feared her, but he never said why. She paused, then retrieved a hidden box from Samuel's study. Inside were letters, unsigned but in Voss's elegant script, demanding payments for silence. I found these after he vanished, Eleanor whispered. I was too scared to tell anyone. The letters confirmed Voss's blackmail. But one stood out, dated days before Crane's disappearance. Meet me at the lodge, or everyone knows. Father Brown's mind raced. The lodge, the maps circled R, the briefcase, it all converged. Did Samuel go to the lodge that night? He asked. Eleanor nodded. He left after dinner, said it was business. He never came back. Her voice broke, but her eyes hardened. Father, is he alive? Father Brown couldn't answer. The cigarette butts, the empty grave, Crane's note, clues clashed, suggesting both death and deception. He shared the file's list mention of Willow Creek's mayor, a Voss client. She's protected, he warned. Eleanor clutched her rosary. Then expose her, for Samuel. Her resolve strengthened his own. He left, promising to return, but the black sedan's tire tracks outside her house chilled him. Voss was watching. At the rectory, Father Brown called Inspector Hargadot Swingrove, reporting the file and Voss's ambush at the lodge. Hargrove was furious. No body, no crime scene. Voss's lawyers will bury this. But he agreed to investigate the mayor's connection. As Father Brown hung up, a knock came. He opened the door to Clara Evans, the librarian, breathless. I saw Victor Hale at Voss's estate tonight, she said. He looked terrified. Hale, the liar who downplayed Finch and Reed, was back in Voss's orbit. Father Brown thanked Clara, his mind on the letters, the file, Eleanor's pain. Voss's web was vast, but Eleanor's truth had cracked it. Crane had gone to the lodge to face Voss, and the R wasn't just Reed, it was reckoning. The priest prayed, the file beside him. The widow's courage had lit the path, but Voss's shadow loomed, and Father Brown knew the next step could end in blood. Chapter 14. The Mayor's Secret Father. Brown's discovery of Margaret Voss's client list, including Willow Creek's mayor, Harold Grayson, shifted the mystery stakes. Grayson, a Voss ally, explained her untouchability. Samuel Crane's note, if I die, she did it. And Eleanor's letters proved Voss's blackmail. But without Crane's body, Father Brown needed more to bring her down. Victor Hale's sighting at Voss's estate, reported by Clara Evans, suggested he was either complicit or trapped. The priest resolved to confront Grayson, hoping to unravel Voss's protection. At Town Hall, Grayson, a polished man in his 60s, greeted Father Brown with a forced smile. "Father, I'm busy," he said, shuffling papers. The priest wasted no time. "Margaret Voss blackmailed Samuel Crane. Your name's in her files." Grayson's face paled, but he laughed. "Nonsense! I barely know her," Father Brown pressed, mentioning the lodge, the payments, Crane's note. Grayson's composure cracked. "You're out of your depth, priest. Leave it." Father Brown left, but not before noticing a photo on Grayson's desk. Grayson, Voss, and Crane at a fundraiser. The mayor was no bystander. Outside, the black sedan idled, its driver obscured. Father Brown memorized the plate again, suspecting Voss's reach extended to Town Hall. He called Hargrove, who confirmed Grayson's financial ties to Voss through a shell company. "It's thin," Hargrove said. "We need hard evidence." Next, Father Brown sought Hale, tracking him to his office. Hale was packing, his face haggard. "Father, I'm done," he muttered. "Voss owns this town." Father Brown showed him the files list, Grayson's name circled. "Did Voss force you to betray Samuel?" Hale's eyes darted. "She knew about the fraud case. Threatened to ruin me if I didn't help Finch." He admitted luring Crane to the lodge, claiming ignorance of what followed. Finch said it was just a talk, Hale whispered, but Samuel never came back. Hale's confession was a breakthrough, but his fear of Voss suggested she'd silence him next. Father Brown urged him to tell Hargrove, but Hale refused, citing Voss's eyes everywhere. As the priest left, he spotted the sedan tailing him. He drove to St. Mary's, where Eleanor waited, clutching a new find, Crane's pocket watch, found in her garden, smeared with mud. "It wasn't there before," she said, terrified. The watch, stopped at midnight, hinted Crane had been near the lodge that night. Father Brown's mind raced. Grayson's denial, Hale's betrayal, Voss's files. The mayor was a shield for her crimes. He prayed, the watch in hand, its ticking long silenced. Voss's empire was cracking, but the sedan's shadow followed. Hargrove called, reporting a lead. A witness saw Crane's car near the lodge the night he vanished, driven by someone else. The mayor's secret was the key, and Father Brown would pry it open, even if it meant facing Voss's wrath head-on. Chapter 15. The watch's warning Father Brown held Samuel Crane's mud-smeared pocket watch, its hands frozen at midnight, a silent scream from the night he vanished. Eleanor's discovery in her garden, combined with the witness who saw Crane's car, driven by another near the lodge, pointed to foul play orchestrated by Margaret Voss. Mayor Grayson's ties to Voss, Victor Hale's confession, and the stolen files from the lodge cave painted a conspiracy of blackmail and murder. The black sedan's persistent shadow warned Father Brown. Voss was closing in. He met Inspector Hargrove at the police station, sharing the watch and Hale's admission. Hargrove was grim. "Hale's a coward, but his story checks out. We found Crane's car in a junkyard, wiped clean." The watch, though, was new evidence. "Forensics might pull prints," Hargrove said, bagging it. Father Brown mentioned Grayson's photo with Voss. Hargrove nodded. "We're digging into his finances, but Voss's lawyers are a wall." The priest left, sensing the net tightening, but not fast enough. At St. Mary's, Clara Evans arrived breathless. She'd overheard Grayson at the library, whispering to a stranger about cleaning up the lodge mess. Father Brown's pulse quickened. The lodge remained the nexus, Crane's last stand, Reed's death, the file's hiding place. He drove there, the watch's midnight tick echoing in his mind. The cabin was quiet, but fresh tire tracks marked the dirt. Inside, he found a hidden panel behind the fireplace, missed before. It held a single item, a blood-stained glove, monogrammed SC. The glove was Crane's, but whose blood? Father Brown pocketed it, heart pounding. As he stepped outside, the black sedan roared up, its driver, Voss's burly man, lunging at him. The priest dodged, sprinting into the woods. The man gave chase, but tripped, cursing, allowing Father Brown to escape. Back at the rectory, he hid the glove, praying for guidance. The watch, the glove, the car. Crane's trail was a mosaic of violence, and Voss was erasing it piece by piece. Eleanor called, frantic. Someone had ransacked her home, taking Samuel's letters from Voss. "They're tying up loose ends," Father Brown warned. He urged her to stay with a friend, fearing Voss's reach. The glove's blood nagged at him. Was Crane dead, or was this another ruse? Hargrove called. The watch had no prints, but the junkyard car held a hair. Not Crane's. "We're testing DNA," he said. Father Brown's hope flickered. Crane might be alive, hidden, or a prisoner. As night fell, a typed note appeared under his door. "The glove won't save you." The font matched Voss's typewriter, the paper scented with Crane's tobacco. Father Brown's resolve hardened. The watch had warned him, the glove had guided him, but Voss's game was far from over. He knelt, the file's list of names beside him. Grayson, Hale, Voss. The truth was near, but so was the blade, and Father Brown was running out of time. Chapter 16. The Mayor's Confession. The blood-stained glove, monogrammed with Samuel Crane's initials, was a grim clue, but its blood could belong to anyone. Crane, Reed, or another victim of Margaret Voss's schemes. Father Brown's escape from her driver at the lodge confirmed her desperation. The typed note, reeking of Crane's tobacco, was a taunt, but it also betrayed her fear. The priest was too close. Mayor Grayson's whispered talk of cleaning up the lodge mess made him the next target. Father Brown needed his confession to break Voss's shield. At Town Hall, Grayson was barricaded behind meetings, but Father Brown slipped in via a side door, clutching the glove. "Harold, we need to talk," he said, placing the glove on Grayson's desk. The mayor's face drained of colour. "Where did you get that?" he stammered. Father Brown pressed. "From the lodge, where Crane vanished. Your name's in Voss's files. What did she make you do?" Grayson slumped, his polished facade crumbling. "She owns me," Grayson whispered. "Years ago, I took bribes to approve her land deals. Crane knew, kept quiet for a cut. Voss used it to blackmail us both. He admitted Voss ordered him to monitor the lodge after Crane's disappearance, ensuring no evidence surfaced. I didn't kill him, Grayson insisted. But I saw Finch there that night, with Reed. They argued. Something about money. Father Brown's mind raced. Finch and Reed, Voss's pawns, had turned on each other. Grayson's voice shook. Voss said Crane was a liability. I don't know if he's dead. Father Brown showed him Crane's note. If I die, she did it. Grayson nodded. That's Samuel's writing. He feared her. The priest urged him to tell Hargrove. But Grayson balked. She'll ruin me, or worse. As Father Brown left, he noticed Grayson's secretary typing furiously, the font familiar. Was she Voss's spy? At the rectory, Hargrove called. The pair in Crane's car belonged to Finch, confirming his presence. Still no body, Hargrove said, but we're raiding Voss's estate tonight. Father Brown shared Grayson's confession, omitting the glove to protect it. Hargrove grunted. It's a start, but we need Crane. The priest agreed, but the glove's blood haunted him. Was it proof of murder, or a plant to mislead? Eleanor arrived, shaken. She'd found a photo in her attic. Crane, Grayson, and Voss at the lodge, dated a year ago. "Samuel looks scared," she said. Father Brown studied it. Crane's eyes held dread, as if he knew his fate. The black sedan's engine rumbled outside, then faded. Voss was circling, her spies everywhere. Grayson's confession was a crack in her armour, but the glove's truth was the key. Father Brown prayed, the photo beside him. The mayor had spoken, but Voss's silence was louder, and the priest knew the raid might unleash her wrath, or reveal Crane's fate at last. Chapter 17. The Raid on the Estate. Father Brown's conversation with Mayor Grayson had peeled back another layer of Margaret Voss's web, but the blood-stained glove and Samuel Crane's frozen watch kept the mystery alive. Inspector Hargrove's planned raid on Voss's estate was a bold move, but Father Brown feared it would either expose her or provoke a deadly response. The photo Eleanor found, Crane, Grayson, and Voss at the lodge, suggested Crane had been ensnared long before his disappearance. The priest resolved to join the raid, seeking answers in Voss's lair. At dusk, Father Brown met Hargrove outside the Grayson estate, where police cars gathered. "You shouldn't be here," Hargrove growled. But the priest's calm insistence won out. "I know the layout," Father Brown said, recalling his earlier visits. The mansion loomed, its windows dark. As officers breached the gates, a gunshot cracked from inside. Hargrove's team stormed the parlour, finding Voss's driver slumped, a self-inflicted wound. A typed note lay beside him. "I failed her." The house was a maze of secrets. In the basement office Father Brown had found before, officers uncovered a safe, its lock broken. Inside were more files, client names, payments, and a ledger detailing Crane's $100,000 transfers to Voss. A single page mentioned disposal at the lodge, signed with a V. Hargrove cursed. "This ties her to Crane, but where's the body?" Father Brown's eyes fell on a typewriter, its font matching every threat he'd received. Voss was the author, but her absence chilled him. Upstairs, they found her bedroom, empty, a half-packed suitcase on the bed. A photo on the dresser showed Voss with Daniel Finch, his arm around her, both smiling. "Lovers?" Hargrove mused. Father Brown doubted it. Voss used people, not loved them. In the garage, the black sedan sat, its trunk empty but reeking of bleach. "She's covering tracks," Father Brown said. Hargrove nodded, ordering a forensic sweep. As they left, Father Brown spotted a hidden door behind a bookcase. It led to a small room where a radio crackled with static. A voice, Voss's, cut through. "Burn it all." The line went dead. Hargrove's men traced the signal, but it was too late. Sirens wailed in the distance. Fire trucks racing to the lodge. Father Brown's heart sank. Voss was destroying evidence, and perhaps Crane's last trace. Back at the rectory, Eleanor called, terrified. "Someone's watching my house," she whispered. Father Brown urged her to hide, promising to come. Hargrove reported the lodge fire was contained, but the cellar was ash. The glove, the watch, the files. Father Brown clung to what he had. Voss was a ghost now, her empire burning. But her reach lingered. He prayed, the typewriter's font in his mind. The raid had shaken her, but the invisible victim remained hidden. And Father Brown feared Voss's next move would be her deadliest. Chapter 18. The ashes of truth, the fire at the lodge, reduced the cellar to cinders, erasing potential evidence of Samuel Crane's fate. Father Brown's heart ached as he stood among the ashes, the blood-stained glove and Eleanor's photo his only anchors. Margaret Voss's radioed order to burn it all confirmed her flight. But the raid's findings, her files, the typewriter, the bleach-scented sedan, tied her to Crane's disappearance. Inspector Hargrove's team was hunting her, but Father Brown feared she'd vanish, leaving the invisible victim forever lost. At the rectory, he examined the glove again. Its blood was dry, its monogram unmistakable, but without a body, it was circumstantial. Eleanor's call about a watcher at her home gnawed at him. He drove to her friend's house, where she'd fled, finding her clutching the photo of Crane, Grayson and Voss. "Father, I remembered something," she said. "Samuel mentioned a safe place at the lodge, a hideout only he knew." Father Brown's pulse quickened. The lodge's secrets weren't all burned. He returned to the smouldering site with Hargrove, who was skeptical. "Fire took everything," he said. But Father Brown recalled the cave where he'd met Reed. It was untouched by the blaze, hidden beyond the cellar's tunnel. They navigated the debris, reaching the cave. Inside, a locked chest bore Crane's initials. Hargrove pried it open, revealing a journal, not Crane's, but Voss's. Its pages detailed her blackmail empire, naming Grayson, Crane, and others. One entry chilled Father Brown. "Crane's defiance ends tonight. Lodge, midnight." The journal confirmed Crane had gone to confront Voss, likely the night his watch stopped. But another entry hinted at a twist. Crane's double lives. Father Brown frowned. A double or a secret life? Hargrove bagged the journal, muttering about warrants. As they left, Father Brown spotted a cigarette butt, Crane's brand, near the cave's entrance, unburned. Someone had been here post-fire, perhaps Voss taunting him. At St. Mary's, Clara Evans brought news. Victor Hale had vanished. His office cleared out. "He was packing last night," she said. Father Brown suspected Hale had fled Voss's wrath, or joined her. He called Eleanor, urging vigilance. "If Samuel's alive, he's hiding," he said. Her voice trembled. "Or he's haunting us. The cigarette butt, the watch, the glove." Father Brown wondered if Crane was orchestrating his own ghost. Hargrove called. Voss's sedan was found abandoned at a train station. "No prints. She's gone," he said. Father Brown disagreed. Voss was too calculated to vanish without a plan. The journal's double nagged at him. Was Crane alive, faking his death? Or was someone posing as him? He prayed, the journal's words echoing, "Crane's defiance ends." The ashes had yielded truth, but the victim remained invisible, and Father Brown knew Voss's final act was coming, with him in its crosshairs. Chapter 19. The Doubles Game. The journal from the lodge cave, penned by Margaret Voss, was a bombshell, detailing her blackmail of Samuel Crane and hinting at his double life. Father Brown puzzled over the phrase. Was Crane leading a secret existence, or had someone impersonated him? The unburned cigarette butt, the blood-stained glove, and the watch stopped at midnight suggested a game of deception. Voss was on the run, Victor Hale was missing, and Eleanor's fear of a watcher grew. Father Brown needed to find the double, to find Crane. He started with Inspector Hargrove, who was analysing Voss's journal. "It names half the town," Hargrove said. "Grayson's cooperating, but no sign of Crane's body." Father Brown shared the double entry. Hargrove frowned. Could be a partner, or a trick. He revealed a new lead. A bank account in Crane's name, accessed post-disappearance, withdrawing $5,000 in Boston. "Someone's using his identity," Hargrove said. Father Brown's hope flickered. Crane, alive, or a thief? At St. Mary's, Father Brown studied Eleanor's photo again. Crane's fearful eyes hinted at a man trapped, perhaps by his own secrets. He visited her, finding her at her friend's, guarded by a patrol car. Eleanor, did Samuel have another life? Business? Friends? Anything hidden? She hesitated. He travelled often, said it was for clients. Once I found a key to an apartment in Boston. He swore it was old from before we met. Father Brown's pulse raced. A secret apartment could be the double's lair. He drove to Boston, using the bank account's withdrawal records from Hargrove. The bank manager confirmed Crane's ID was used, but security footage showed a man in a hat, face obscured. Father Brown tracked the apartment key's address from Eleanor's memory. A dingy building near the docks. Inside, the apartment was sparse but lived in. Crane's tobacco, a typewriter matching Voss's font, and a photo of Crane with an unknown woman, not Eleanor. Was this the double, a lover, a conspirator? As he searched, the door creaked. Father Brown hid, heart pounding. Victor Hale entered, grabbing a suitcase. "Voss sent me," he muttered to himself, unaware of the priest. Hale pulled a typed note from the typewriter. "End the priest." Father Brown's blood ran cold. Hale was Voss's pawn, and the apartment was her hideout. He slipped out as Hale left, memorizing the woman's face in the photo. Back in Willow Creek, Hargrove, reported the Journal's forensic match. Voss's fingerprints. "We're closing in," he said. Father Brown shared the apartment's findings, omitting his close call. The doubles game was Voss's, with Hale as her hand. The woman's photo, the tobacco, the bank withdrawal. Crane was either alive, complicit, or a ghost manipulated by Voss. Father Brown prayed, the typed note's threat in his mind. The double was real, and the priest was its next target. But he'd play the game to find Crane's truth. Chapter 20. The Woman in the Photo. The photograph from the Boston apartment, a woman with Samuel Crane, not Eleanor, gnawed at Father Brown. Was she the double mentioned in Voss's journal? A lover or a conspirator in Crane's disappearance? Victor Hale's presence in the apartment, typing a threat against the priest, confirmed Margaret Voss's control. The typewriter, the tobacco, the bank withdrawal, all pointed to a carefully staged deception. Father Brown needed to identify the woman to unravel Crane's fate and stop Voss's deadly game. He began with Eleanor, showing her the photo at her friend's safe house. Her face crumpled. "That's Lillian Marsh," she whispered. "Samuel's secretary years ago. I thought she'd left town." Eleanor recalled Lillian's closeness with Crane, her sudden departure after the fraud case. Samuel, said she, moved to Boston, but he was vague. Father Brown's mind raced. Lillian, tied to the fraud, might know Crane's secrets, or be living them. At the library, Clara Evans dug into Lillian Marsh. A 1948 article mentioned her as Crane's assistant, fired after the scandal but never charged. Rumour was she was in love with him, Clara said, pulling a recent Boston address from a voter roll. Father Brown drove there, a modest brownstone. Knocking, he was met by Lillian, older but unmistakable, her eyes wary. "Father Brown, why are you here?" Her voice trembled, but she let him in. The apartment smelled of Crane's tobacco. Father Brown showed her the photo. "Lillian, where's Samuel?" She paled. "He's gone. Voss made sure of it." She admitted working with Voss, typing threats to keep Crane in line. "Samuel loved me, not Eleanor," she claimed. He planned to leave her, but Voss blackmailed him over the fraud. He paid her, then vanished. Lillian swore she hadn't seen him since, but her eyes flicked. To a locked drawer, Father Brown pressed. "Did you withdraw money using his ID?" Lillian froze, then nodded. "Voss ordered me to make it look like he's alive." She broke down, claiming Voss threatened her life. The drawer held Crane's ID and a typed note. "Lillian, finish it!" Father Brown took the note, urging her to tell Hargrove. She refused, fearing Voss's reach. As he left, the black sedan idled nearby, its driver gone. At the rectory, Hargrove called. Lillian's fingerprints were on the typewriter from Voss's estate. "She's complicit," he said. Father Brown shared her story, suggesting coercion. The woman in the photo was no mastermind, but a pawn in Voss's web. The ID, the tobacco, the threats. Voss was crafting Crane's ghost. Father Brown prayed, Lillian's words echoing, "He's gone." Was Crane dead or hiding with Lillian's help? The sedan's shadow loomed, and Hale's threat lingered. The priest knew confronting Lillian again risked everything, but the woman in the photo held Crane's truth, and Father Brown would face her to find it. Chapter 21. The Safe House. Trap Lillian Marsh's confession that she typed threats for Margaret Voss and used Samuel Crane's ID to fake his survival tightened the noose around Voss's empire. Yet her claim that Crane was gone clashed with the cigarette butts, the bank withdrawal, and the blood-stained glove. Father Brown suspected Lillian knew more, perhaps protecting Crane or herself. The black sedan's presence outside her Boston apartment warned him. Voss was watching, and Victor Hale's typed threat, "End the priest," made Father Brown a target. He needed to draw Lillian out. He returned to Willow Creek, meeting Inspector Hargrove at the station. "Lillian's a liar," Hargrove said, showing phone records linking her to Voss' post-disappearance. "She's no victim." Father Brown disagreed. "She's scared, coerced. We need her to turn on Voss." Hargrove planned a sting, using Lillian's fear to lure her to a safe house. Father Brown volunteered to meet her, despite the risk. "She trusts me," he said, clutching the note from her drawer. The safe house, a nondescript cabin outside town, was set. Father Brown called Lillian, urging her to come clean. "Voss can't touch you here," he lied, knowing the sedan's driver might follow. Lillian arrived at midnight, pale and jumpy. "Father, I lied," she whispered. "Samuel's alive, hiding in Boston. I helped him stage it. Voss was going to kill him." She claimed Crane feared exposure of the fraud and Voss's client list. "He's at a motel, waiting for me." Before Father Brown could press, headlights flashed the AA black sedan. Hargrove's men, hidden nearby, moved in, but the driver fired, shattering the cabin's window. Lillian screamed, diving for cover. Father Brown pulled her behind a couch as bullets flew. The shooter fled, tires screeching. Hargrove's team gave chase, but the sedan vanished. Lillian sobbed. "Voss knows I talked." Father Brown calmed her, extracting the motel's name, Harbour Inn. Hargrove was furious. "She led them here." Father Brown shook his head. "She's a pawn, not the queen." He showed Hargrove the motel lead. "If Crane's there, we end this." Lillian, trembling, agreed to cooperate, fearing Voss more than jail. As they left, Father Brown found a cigarette butt outside, Crane's brand. His hope surged. Crane, alive, was orchestrating his ghost with Lillian's help. But Voss's shooter meant the game was deadly. At the rectory, Father Brown prayed, the note from Lillian's drawer beside him. The safe house trap had failed to catch Voss, but it had cracked Lillian's facade. The Harbour Inn was the next step, where Crane's truth, victim or mastermind, awaited. The sedan's gunfire echoed in his mind, a reminder of Voss's reach. Eleanor's photo, the glove, the journal, all pointed to Crane's survival. But Father Brown knew the motel could be another trap, and he'd walk into it to save Crane's soul, or expose his sin. Chapter 22. The harbour in Lillian Marsh's revelation that Samuel Crane was alive, hiding at the Harbour Inn in Boston, ignited Father Brown's hope, but the safehouse ambush by Voss's shooter tempered it with dread. The cigarette butt outside, the cabin reeking of Crane's tobacco, suggested he was close, or someone was mimicking him. Margaret Voss's web, with Lillian, Victor Hale, and Mayor Grayson as strands, was fraying, but her reach remained lethal. Father Brown resolved to find Crane, knowing the motel could be a breakthrough or a deadly snare. He drove to Boston with Inspector Hargrove, who was sceptical. If Crane's alive, why hide? He's no saint. Father Brown clutched the blood-stained glove, its monogram a silent plea. He's scared or guilty, the priest said. Either way, he's the key. The Harbour Inn was a run-down motel near the waterfront, its neon sign flickering. Hargrove's team surrounded it, guns drawn, as Father Brown approached room 12, Lillian's tip. He knocked, heart-pounding. "Samuel, it's Father Brown!" The door creaked open, revealing a haggard man. Crane, alive, his eyes hollow. "Father, you shouldn't be here," he whispered, pulling him inside. The room smelled of tobacco, a typewriter on the desk. Crane admitted faking his disappearance. "Voss was going to kill me. She blackmailed me over the fraud, then demanded I forge documents for her clients. I refused." He staged his vanishing with Lillian's help, leaving clues, the watch, the glove, to mislead Voss. Father Brown's relief mixed with doubt. Why the blood on the glove? Crane hesitated. "It's mine. I cut myself to make it look real." He showed a healed scar. Lillian planted it at the lodge. Father Brown frowned. The cigarette butts, the typed notes. Crane admitted writing some to keep Voss guessing. "I thought I could outsmart her," he said, voice breaking. "But she's everywhere." Before Father Brown could respond, gunfire erupted outside. Hargrove's men shouted as the black sedan sped past, its driver firing. Crane dove for cover, cursing, "Voss found me!" Hargrove's team returned fire, but the sedan escaped. Father Brown helped Crane up, urging him to surrender. "You're not invisible anymore, Samuel. Tell Hargrove everything." Crane nodded, fear etching his face. At the station, Crane confessed. The fraud, Voss's blackmail, his faked death. Hargrove was livid but secured him in protective custody. "Voss is a ghost," he said. Father Brown shared the typewriters, font, linking Crane's notes to Voss's. The priest's mind churned. Lillian's betrayal, Hale's flight, Grayson's confession. Voss was cornered, but her shooter was still out there. He prayed, Crane's scar in his mind. The Harbour Inn had revealed the victim, but Voss's wrath was unspent. Father Brown knew she'd strike again, and Crane's truth, though found, might not save him, or the priest, from her final move. Chapter 23. The Ghost's Revenge. Samuel Crane's confession at the Harbour Inn that he faked his disappearance to escape Margaret Voss's blackmail solved the mystery of the invisible victim, but it unleashed new dangers. The black sedan's gunfire, Voss's elusive shooter, and Victor Hale's disappearance meant her empire was fighting back. Father Brown's discovery of Crane's typed notes, mimicking Voss's font, showed a desperate man playing a deadly game. With Crane in custody, the priest needed to find Voss before her revenge claimed more lives. At the rectory, Father Brown pored over Voss's journal, its mention of Crane's double now clear, Crane himself living a lie. But a new clue emerged, a cryptic entry. The ghost returns. Was it Crane or another player? Inspector Hargrove called, reporting a lead. A warehouse in Boston linked to Voss's shell company, where Hale was spotted. "We're raiding it," Hargrove said. Father Brown insisted on joining, sensing the endgame. The warehouse was a fortress of crates, its air thick with dust. Hargrove's team swept in, finding Hale cowering behind barrels, a gun in hand. "Don't shoot," he begged, dropping it. Hale confessed everything. Voss forced him to lure Crane to the lodge, where Finch and Reed planned to kill him. "Crane escaped," Hale said. Voss was furious. She killed Finch, then Reed, to silence them. Hale claimed Voss was hiding in Willow Creek, plotting her escape. Father Brown pressed. "Who's the shooter?" Hale shook. "Her new man, Grayson's aide, Paul Carter." The priest's blood ran cold. Carter, Grayson's secretary, had typed Voss's threats. Hargrove arrested Hale, but Father Brown's mind was on Carter. The black sedan, the gunfire, it was Carter, Voss's last pawn. He called Eleanor, warning her to stay hidden. "Voss is desperate," he said. Her voice trembled. "Father, I found Samuel's lighter in my car. Someone's been inside." The lighter, like the cigarette butts, was Crane's brand, but he was in custody. Father Brown suspected Carter, taunting them. He drove to Grayson's office, finding it empty, but a typed note on the desk read, "The ghost ends it tonight." The font was Voss's, the paper scented with tobacco. Father Brown's heart pounded. Carter was luring him, perhaps to Voss. He called Hargrove, who traced Carter's car to a derelict mill near the lodge. Father Brown arrived as Hargrove's team surrounded the mill. Inside, Carter stood, gun raised, Voss beside him. "You lose, priest," she hissed. Before Carter could fire, Hargrove's men stormed in, disarming him. Voss screamed, cursing Crane's name. Father Brown faced her. "Your ghost is alive, Margaret. It's over." She spat, unrepentant. The ghost's revenge was Crane's survival. But Father Brown knew Voss's arrest didn't end the pain. He prayed, the lighter in his pocket. The mill held the truth, but Eleanor's fear lingered, and the priest sensed one final twist awaited. Chapter 24. The Final Note. Margaret Voss's arrest at the mill, alongside her shooter Paul Carter, dismantled her blackmail empire, but Father Brown felt no triumph. Samuel Crane, alive and in custody, had escaped death by faking his disappearance, leaving Eleanor in torment. Victor Hale's confession exposed the lodge ambush, and the blood-stained glove, Crane's own ruse, closed the case of the invisible victim. Yet Eleanor's discovery of Crane's lighter in her car hinted at a lingering threat. Father Brown needed to ensure no loose ends remained. At the station, Voss was defiant, her eyes cold. "Crane's a coward," she sneered. "He'll pay." Father Brown studied her, recalling her journal's ghost returns. Carter, Grayson's aide, admitted typing her threats, including the final note. "The ghost ends it tonight." He claimed ignorance of the lighter, swearing Voss acted alone. Hargrove was satisfied, but Father Brown's unease grew. The lighter, like the cigarette butts, felt personal, not Voss's style. He visited Eleanor, now back home, her face a mix of relief and betrayal. "Samuel's alive, but he lied to me," she said, handing over the lighter. Its engraving, SC, matched Crane's watch. "It was on my driver's seat," she added, shivering. Father Brown examined it, finding a tiny folded paper inside typed, "Forgive me." The font was Crane's, not Voss's. His heart sank. Crane, even in custody, was reaching out, or someone was using his name. Father Brown confronted Crane in his cell. "Did you plant the lighter?" Crane shook his head, weary. "I hid, Father, but I didn't torment her. Lillian, maybe. She knew my habits. Lillian Marsh, in protective custody, denied it. her fear of Voss genuine. Father Brown's mind churned. The lighter, the note. Someone was tying up Crane's ghost, perhaps to frame him or hurt Eleanor. He called Clara Evans, asking about recent visitors to Eleanor's street. "Grayson was there yesterday," Clara said. "Looked nervous." Grayson, Voss's former ally, was free, his confession sparing him charges. Father Brown found him at Town Hall, packing. "Harold, did you leave Crane's lighter?" Grayson flinched. "I found it at the lodge after the fire. Thought Eleanor should have it." His story rang false, his hands shaking. Father Brown pressed. "You worked for Voss. Did you plant it to scare her?" Grayson broke, admitting he'd left the note, hoping to push Eleanor to leave town. "Voss's clients, they're still out there," he whispered. Father Brown informed Hargrove, who detained Grayson for tampering. The final note was Grayson's guilt, not Voss's revenge. At St. Mary's, Eleanor thanked Father Brown, her faith shaken but intact. "Samuel's alive, but I've lost him," she said. The priest nodded, the lighter in his pocket. Voss's web was cut, but Crane's lies lingered. He prayed, the typed note's plea, "Forgive me," echoing. The invisible victim was found, but forgiveness was Eleanor's battle, and Father Brown's work was done. Chapter 25. The Echoes of Guilt. With Margaret Voss and Paul Carter arrested, and Samuel Crane in custody, Father Brown had unmasked the invisible victim, but the scars of deception lingered. Harold Grayson's admission of planting Crane's lighter to scare Eleanor revealed the reach of Voss's influence, even from a cell. The typed note, "Forgive me," in Crane's font, haunted Father Brown. Was it truly Grayson's doing, or did another player lurk in Willow Creek's shadows? Eleanor's pain, torn between relief and betrayal, drove the priest to seek closure for her soul. At St. Mary's, Father Brown met Eleanor, her eyes weary but resolute. "I want to see Samuel," she said. "I need to understand why he lied." The priest arranged a visit, sensing her need for truth. At the station, Crane was gaunt, his bravado gone. "Eleanor, I hid to protect you," he claimed. "Voss would have killed us both." Eleanor's voice hardened. "You chose Lillian, not me." Crane flinched, admitting his affair, but swearing it ended before his disappearance. Father Brown watched, sensing half-truths. Eleanor left, unconvinced, and Father Brown pressed Crane. "Who else knew your plans?" Crane hesitated. "Only Lillian and Hale. Maybe Grayson." The priest's unease grew. Grayson's lighter stunt felt too personal, as if settling a score. He visited Inspector Hargrove, who was sifting through Voss's files. "Grayson's clean legally," Hargrove said, "but we found a letter in Voss's safe, unsigned, warning her about Crane's other ally." Father Brown's pulse quickened. Another conspirator. Back at the rectory, Clara Evans brought a clue. A neighbour saw a woman near Eleanor's car the night the lighter appeared. Not Grayson, but someone resembling Lillian Marsh. Father Brown's heart sank. Lillian, in custody, had an alibi, but her role as Crane's accomplice nagged. He called her, now under guard in Boston. "I didn't touch Eleanor," Lillian insisted. But Samuel mentioned a friend, someone who hated Voss as much as he did. Her voice wavered, hinting at fear. That night, a typed note slid under Father Brown's door. "You missed one." The font was Crane's, the paper scented with his tobacco. His blood ran cold. Grayson, Lillian, or the other ally, drove to Eleanor's, finding her safe but shaken. "Someone called, breathing heavily," she said. Father Brown urged her to stay vigilant, his mind on the letter Hargrove found. Voss's web was down, but an echo of guilt remained, someone tied to Crane's lies. He prayed, the note beside him. The lighter, the call, the unsigned letter. Someone was taunting them, perhaps to protect Crane or punish him. Willow Creek's peace was fragile, and Father Brown knew the echoes of guilt would lead him to the final truth, even if it meant facing a new shadow. Eleanor's forgiveness hung in the balance, and the priest would not rest until her heart was whole. Chapter 26. The Silent Ally. The typed note, "You missed one," reignited Father Brown's fear that Samuel Crane's conspiracy had an unseen player. Margaret Voss was jailed, Harold Grayson detained, and Lillian Marsh guarded. Yet the lighter in Eleanor's car and the mysterious call suggested a silent ally, someone Crane trusted or feared. The unsigned letter in Voss's safe, warning of Crane's other ally, was the key. Father Brown resolved to trace this ghost, knowing Eleanor's safety and Crane's full truth depended on it. At the police station, Inspector Hargrove shared the letter's forensics. No prints, but the paper matched Crane's office stock. Could be anyone, Hargrove grumbled. Father Brown disagreed. It's someone close, someone Crane confided in. He asked about Crane's old clients, recalling Eleanor's mention of Samuel's secretive trips. Hargrove pulled a file. Edward Klein, a businessman Crane represented during the fraud case, who vanished after the scandal. Thought he was dead, Hargrove said. Father Brown's pulse quickened. Another ghost? He visited Clara Evans at the library, seeking Klein's trail. Clara found a 1950 article. Klein, ruined by the fraud, had threatened Crane before disappearing. Rumour was he fled to Canada, she said, digging up a recent Boston address linked to a Ned Klein. Father Brown drove there, finding a shabby apartment. Klein, grizzled but alive, opened the door. "Father Brown, Crane sent you." His eyes darted, wary but curious. Klein admitted knowing Crane's plan to fake his death. "Samuel called me months ago. Said Voss was squeezing him dry," Klein said. "I helped him hide, gave him cash, a car. He denied planting the lighter or calling Eleanor, but his desk held Crane's brand of cigarettes." "Old habit," Klein muttered. Father Brown pressed. "Did you warn Voss about Crane?" Klein shook. "No, but I saw Hale with her plotting. I told Samuel to run. His story fit, but his fear suggested more." Father Brown left, spotting the black sedan nearby. Empty. His heart raced. Klein was Crane's ally, but was he the note's author? At the rectory, Hargrove called. Lillian's guard reported her receiving a coded letter, unsigned. "It's Klein's writing," Hargrove said, comparing it to old files. Father Brown's mind churned. Klein, Crane, Lillian, a triangle of secrets, with Eleanor as the target. He drove to her, finding a new typed note on her porch. "He's not done." Eleanor trembled. "Father, who hates me this much?" Father Brown clasped her hand. Someone hiding in Crane's shadow. He suspected Klein, bitter from the fraud, was taunting her, perhaps to hurt Crane. The sedan's presence, the cigarettes, the letter. Klein was no bystander. Father Brown prayed, the note's words burning. "You missed one." The silent ally was speaking, and the priest would find him, even if it meant walking into Klein's lair to save Eleanor from the echoes of Crane's sins. Chapter 27. The Boston lair Edward Klein's admission that he aided Samuel Crane's faked disappearance made him a prime suspect as the other ally, taunting Eleanor with typed notes and Crane's lighter. The black sedan's sighting near Klein's Boston apartment, coupled with his possession of Crane's cigarettes, deepened Father Brown's suspicion. The coded letter to Lillian Marsh in Klein's handwriting suggested he was still pulling strings. To protect Eleanor and expose the final truth, Father Brown needed to confront Klein in his lair. He returned to Boston, informing Inspector Hargrove en route. "Klein's trouble," Hargrove warned. "We're watching him, but no proof yet." Father Brown shared the latest note. "He's not done." Hargrove cursed. "Sounds like Klein's settling scores." The priest reached Klein's apartment at dusk, the building quiet. Knocking, he heard shuffling, then silence. He tried the door, unlocked. Inside, the air was thick with tobacco. Klein sat at a table, a typewriter before him, his face pale. "Father, you're persistent," Klein said, voice low. Father Brown held up the note. "Did you write this? Are you tormenting Eleanor?" Klein laughed, bitter. "Crane ruined me, priest. Why would I hurt his wife?" He admitted helping Crane hide, but claimed Voss's men, Hale and Carter, threatened him to stay silent. "I wrote to Lillian to warn her," he said. "Voss's clients are still out there." His eyes flicked to a locked cabinet. Father Brown pressed. "The lighter! The calls! Who's targeting Eleanor?" Klein hesitated, then opened the cabinet, revealing a stack of typed notes, all in Crane's font. "Found these in Crane's old office," he said. "Someone's using his machine." Father Brown's heart sank. The notes weren't Klein's. They were planted, or Klein was lying. As he examined them, footsteps echoed. The black sedan's driver, Carter, freed on bail, burst in, gun raised. "Klein, you talk too much!" Father Brown dove behind a couch as Carter fired. Klein tackled him, the gun skittering. The priest grabbed it, shouting for Carter to stop. Hargrove's men, tailing Father Brown, stormed in, cuffing Carter. Klein, bleeding from a graze, gasped, "He's Voss's clean-up!" Father Brown searched the cabinet, finding a photo. Klein, Crane, and a man resembling Carter, pre-fraud. "Old partners," Klein muttered. Carter never forgave Crane. At the station, Carter confessed. Voss ordered him to scare Eleanor, using Crane's lighter to frame him. Klein's notes were his attempt to expose Carter. Father Brown called Eleanor, ensuring her safety. "It's Carter, not Klein," he said. She sighed, relieved but broken. The Boston lair had yielded truth, but Klein's role was murky. Father Brown prayed, the notes beside him. Carter was caught, but Voss's clients, Klein's warning, loomed. The priest sensed Eleanor's peace was fragile, and the final Allied shadow still stretched across Willow Creek, waiting to strike. Chapter 28. The Client's Shadow Pall. Carter's confession that he planted Samuel Crane's lighter to scare Eleanor under Margaret Voss's orders closed one chapter, but Edward Klein's vague role and warning about Voss's clients kept Father Brown vigilant. The typed notes in Klein's cabinet, mimicking Crane's font, suggested someone was still manipulating Crane's ghost. Voss's journal had named powerful figures beyond Mayor Grayson, whose secrets she guarded. Father Brown feared one of these clients was the final shadow, threatening Eleanor's fragile peace. At the rectory, Father Brown studied Voss's journal, focusing on a name, Judge Henry Walton, a Willow Creek pillar and Voss's client. Walton's influence could explain Voss's untouchability even in jail. The priest visited Inspector Hargrove, sharing his suspicion. "Walton's squeaky clean," Hargrove said, skeptical. "But we found his name in Voss's ledger. $50,000, no details." Father Brown recalled Walton's absence from Crane's fraud case, yet his name appeared in Eleanor's letters from Voss, demanding loyalty. He drove to Walton's estate, a grand mansion rivaling Voss's. Walton, silver-haired and stern, greeted him coldly. "Father, your meddling's caused enough trouble." Father Brown showed the ledger page. "Voss blackmailed you. Did she order Eleanor's harassment?" Walton's jaw tightened. "I paid for privacy, not murder. Crane's mess wasn't my concern." His denial was polished, but his eyes betrayed fear when Father Brown mentioned the lighter. As he left, Father Brown noticed a typewriter in Walton's study, its font familiar. He slipped a blank page into his pocket, later confirming it matched Crane's notes. Walton was involved, perhaps through Carter. At St. Mary's, Eleanor arrived clutching a new typed note. "You can't hide." Found in her mailbox, it reeked of Crane's tobacco. "Father, when does it end?" she asked, tears falling. Father Brown vowed to stop Walton, suspecting he was protecting his secrets by framing Crane. Hargrove called. Carter admitted Walton paid him to plant the lighter, fearing Eleanor knew Voss's client list. "Walton's untouchable without proof," Hargrove said. Father Brown disagreed. The typewriter was proof if he could seize it. He returned to Walton's estate at night, sneaking in with Clara Evans's help. She'd overheard Walton's calls about silencing Eleanor. Inside, Father Brown found the typewriter, but Walton appeared, gun in hand. "You're a fool, priest." Before Walton could fire, Hargrove's men, tipped by Clara, burst in, arresting him. The typewriter's font matched the note, and Walton's desk held a cigarette pack, Crane's brand. At the station, Walton confessed. He paid Voss to bury his embezzlement, then targeted Eleanor to keep her quiet. Father Brown called Eleanor, her relief palpable. The client's shadow was gone, but Voss's ledger named others. He prayed, the typewriter page beside him. Walton's fall was a victory. But Willow Creek's secrets ran deep, and Father Brown sensed Eleanor's healing would face one final test. Chapter 29. The Ledger's Last Name. Judge Henry Walton's arrest for orchestrating Eleanor Crane's harassment using Samuel Crane's lighter and typed notes exposed another of Margaret Voss's clients, but her ledger hinted at more. Father Brown knew the conspiracy ran deeper, with names yet to surface. Eleanor's latest note, "You can't hide," was Walton's, but its tobacco scent and Crane's font suggested someone else might still be pulling strings. To secure Eleanor's peace and end Voss's legacy, the priest needed to uncover the ledger's last name. At the police station, Inspector Hargrove was grim. "Voss's files are a maze, dozens of names, no crimes pinned." Father Brown pointed to the ledger's final entry. "R. Caldwell, $75,000 discretion." Caldwell was unfamiliar, but Clara Evans had mentioned a Robert Caldwell, a reclusive banker who left Willow Creek after the fraud case. "He was Crane's friend," Clara said at the library, pulling a 1949 photo. Caldwell, Crane and Voss at a gala, all smiling. Father Brown tracked Caldwell to a Connecticut estate, a fortified mansion. Caldwell, gaunt and wary, let him in. "Father, I know why you're here," he said, lighting a cigarette. "Crane's brand." Father Brown showed the ledger. "Voss blackmailed you. Are you behind Eleanor's notes?" Caldwell laughed, bitter. "I paid Voss to bury my tax evasion. Crane knew, kept quiet. I owed him. He denied targeting Eleanor, but admitted meeting Crane in hiding, supplying cash." Caldwell's desk held a typewriter, its font matching Crane's. "I wrote Samuel letters, not threats," he claimed, showing one. "Stay hidden. Voss is hunting." Father Brown's suspicion wavered. Caldwell seemed loyal to Crane, but the cigarettes and font were too convenient. As he probed, a car roared outside, the black sedan, its driver obscured. Caldwell paled. "Voss's men," he whispered, grabbing a gun. Father Brown calmed him, but the sedan sped off. At the rectory, Hargrove called. Caldwell's bank records showed payments to Paul Carter, pre-arrest. "He's lying," Hargrove said. Father Brown returned to Caldwell's, finding him packing. "You paid Carter," the priest accused. Caldwell broke. Voss forced me. She said scare Eleanor, or I'm exposed. He swore he stopped after Walton's arrest, fearing Hargrove. The typewriter held a half-typed note. Eleanor, I'm sorry. Caldwell's guilt was real, but his role was small. Father Brown seized the typewriter, calling Hargrove to detain Caldwell. Eleanor, informed, was weary. Another name, another lie, she said. The priest nodded, the ledger's weight heavy. Caldwell's confession tied him to Carter, but Voss's final client was caught. Father Brown prayed, the note's apology echoing. The ledger's last name was unmasked, but Eleanor's healing needed more than arrests. Crane's sins, Voss's web. Willow Creek was free, but the scars remained, and Father Brown sensed one last revelation awaited to mend Eleanor's heart. Chapter 30. The widow's letter, Robert Caldwell's confession that he paid Paul Carter to scare Eleanor Crane under Margaret Voss's orders, closed the ledger's final name. But Father Brown knew Eleanor's healing required more than justice. Samuel Crane's lies, his faked death, his affair with Lillian Marsh, had shattered her trust. The typed notes, the lighter, the tobacco-scented threats, all were explained. Yet a lingering unease gnawed at the priest. A letter Crane mentioned in custody, written to Eleanor but never sent, might hold the key to her peace. At the station, Father Brown pressed Crane. You said you wrote Eleanor. Where is it? Crane, haggard, pointed to his old office. Now, sealed, in my desk, locked drawer. With Inspector Hargrove's permission, Father Brown searched the office, finding the letter in a hidden compartment. It was handwritten, not typed, Crane's script clear. Eleanor, I betrayed you, but I hid to save us. Forgive me. A postscript added, If I'm gone, check the lodge's safe. Father Brown's heart raced. Another secret? He drove to the lodge, its burned cellar, a ghost of the case. The safe place Eleanor mentioned was unburned. A wall safe behind a scorched painting. Crane's watch key, kept by Father Brown, opened it. Inside was a second letter, typed, and a small box. The letter read, Eleanor, my lies were to protect you from Voss's clients. The box holds my atonement. The box contained a diamond, ring Eleanor's lost years ago, and a note, I never stopped loving you. Father Brown brought the letters and ring to Eleanor, now at home. Her eyes filled as she read. He kept this ring, she whispered, clutching it. But why hide it? Father Brown suggested Crane's guilt drove him to atone, even in hiding. The typed letter's font matched Crane's, not Voss's, confirming his intent. Eleanor nodded, tears falling. I want to forgive him, Father, but it hurts. The priest clasped her hand. Forgiveness is a journey, not a moment. Hargrove called. Voss's trial was set, with Crane, Lillian, and Caldwell testifying. Eleanor's safe now, he said. Father Brown agreed, but the black sedan's memory lingered. He checked Eleanor's street, finding no threats, only Clara Evans waving. Town's talking about you, Father, she said. Hero priest. He smiled, deflecting. The widow's letter had eased Eleanor's pain, but Crane's trial loomed, and Father Brown knew her heart would face its final test in court. At the rectory, he prayed. The rings sparkle in his mind. The lodge's safe. The letters, Crane's love, though flawed, was real. Voss's web was gone, her clients exposed, but Eleanor's strength was the true victory. Father Brown sensed the case was closing, but one final act. Crane's reckoning, in court, would seal Willow Creek's healing, and he'd stand by Eleanor to see it through. Chapter 31. The Courtroom's Truth. The discovery of Samuel Crane's letters and Eleanor's ring in the lodge's safe offered Eleanor a path to forgiveness. But Father Brown knew the upcoming trial of Margaret Voss would test her resolve. Voss, Paul Carter, Harold Grayson, and Robert Caldwell faced charges of blackmail, conspiracy, and attempted murder. Crane, Lillian Marsh, and Victor Hale would testify, their truths laying bare Willow Creek's secrets. Father Brown vowed to support Eleanor, sensing the courtroom would reveal the final piece of Crane's redemption, or his ruin. At the Willow Creek courthouse, the trial drew crowds, the town buzzing with scandal. Father Brown sat beside Eleanor, her face pale but composed, the ring on her finger. Voss, in the dock, was icy, her gaze fixed on Crane. The prosecutor began with Crane's testimony. He recounted the fraud case, Voss's blackmail, and his faked death. "I lied to protect Eleanor," he said, voice breaking. "I wrote her letters, hid the ring, to atone." Eleanor's hand trembled in Father Brown's. Lillian Marsh testified next, admitting her role in Crane's escape and typing threats under Voss's orders. "I loved Samuel," she said, avoiding Eleanor's eyes, "but Voss owned me." Victor Hale, sweating, detailed luring Crane to the lodge, claiming coercion. "Voss threatened my family," he said. The courtroom murmured, but Father Brown watched Voss, her smirk faint. She knew something, a card unplayed. Caldwell's testimony exposed his payments to Carter, tying Voss's clients to Eleanor's harassment. Grayson confessed his bribes, head bowed. Carter, defiant, admitted shooting at the safe house and mill, blaming Voss. The prosecutor presented Voss's journal, ledger, and typewriter, linking her to every threat. Father Brown testified, recounting the glove, the watch, the notes, each a step to unmasking Crane. Eleanor squeezed his hand, grateful. Voss took the stand, unrepentant. "Crane was weak," she sneered. "He built his own cage." She denied ordering murders, claiming Carter and Caldwell acted alone. A gasp rose as she produced a letter, allegedly from Crane, offering to forge documents for her. "He was no victim," she said. Father Brown's heart sank. The font matched Crane's. But Eleanor whispered, "It's fake. Samuel's handwriting, not his words." The priest nodded, urging Hargrove to test it. The letter was forged, its paper new, not Crane's stock. Voss's gambit failed, and the jury convicted her on all counts. Eleanor exhaled, tears falling. "It's over, Father." Outside, Crane, free pending his own trial, approached her. "Eleanor, I'm sorry," he said. She nodded, ring glinting. "I'm trying, Samuel." Father Brown smiled, the courtroom's truth a balm. He prayed, Voss's smirk fading in his mind. The trial had cleansed Willow Creek, but Crane's fate hung in the balance, and Eleanor's forgiveness was her own to give, with Father Brown's guidance to light the way. Chapter 32. The town's reckoning Margaret Voss's conviction brought relief to Willow Creek, but Samuel Crane's impending trial for fraud and obstruction loomed over Eleanor. Father Brown, having guided her through the courtroom's revelations, sensed the town itself needed healing. Voss's ledger had exposed pillars like Harold Grayson and Robert Caldwell, shaking trust. The forged letter Voss produced, meant to tarnish Crane, had failed, but its echo lingered, a reminder of deception. Father Brown resolved to mend the community's wounds, starting with Eleanor's heart. At St. Mary's, he held a special mass, urging forgiveness. "We've all been touched by sin," he said, eyes on Eleanor, "but love rebuilds." Parishioners nodded, some tearful, Grayson's absence noted. Clara Evans whispered, "Town's different now, Father. Cleaner." After, Eleanor approached. "I want to help Samuel, but I need time." Father Brown nodded. "Your heart knows the path." He gave her Crane's second letter, its plea to check the lodge's safe as a reminder of his intent. Father Brown visited Crane in his cell, where he awaited sentencing. "Eleanor's trying," the priest said. Crane's eyes lit. "I don't deserve her, but I'll testify truthfully." He admitted hiding more than the ring. A ledger of Voss's lesser clients buried at the lodge. "I was scared to expose them," Crane said. Father Brown's pulse quickened. The town's reckoning needed every truth. With Inspector Hargrove's help, he returned to the lodge, digging near the safe. The ledger, sealed in a tin, listed minor officials, none charged yet. Hargrove was stunned. "This could reopen cases," he said, taking it. Father Brown urged caution. "Expose them, but protect the town." He met Eleanor, sharing the find. "Samuel's helping now," he said. She clutched her ring, nodding. "Maybe he's changing." At the rectory, a final typed note arrived. "Well done, priest." No tobacco scent, no familiar font, just a stranger's script. Father Brown smiled, sensing a grateful citizen, perhaps Clara, acknowledging his work. The town buzzed as Hargrove investigated the new ledger. At a town hall meeting, Father Brown spoke, Eleanor beside him. "We've faced shadows," he said. "Let's build light." Residents pledged to restore trust, some confessing minor ties to Voss. Eleanor stood. "I forgive Samuel, not for him, but for me." Applause rose, and Father Brown's heart swelled. The town's reckoning was collective, its scars a map to renewal. He prayed, the note beside him. Crane's ledger, Eleanor's strength, the town's resolve. Willow Creek was healing. Voss's shadow was gone, but Crane's trial would test the town's mercy. Father Brown knew his role was nearly done. But one final act, Crane's sentencing, would seal the community's path, and he'd stand with Eleanor, ensuring her forgiveness lit the way for all. Chapter 33. The Sentence of Mercy. Samuel Crane's trial for fraud and obstruction was Willow Creek's final hurdle in healing from Margaret Voss's conspiracy. Father Brown, having uncovered Crane's hidden ledger of Voss's minor clients, saw the town uniting under Eleanor's forgiveness. Her public declaration at the town hall, "I forgive Samuel for me," inspired others. But Crane's fate rested with the court. The priest knew the sentence would either cement the town's renewal or reopen wounds. He vowed to guide Eleanor through this last step. At the courthouse, Crane stood, head bowed, as the judge reviewed his case. The prosecutor detailed the fraud, Crane's faked death, and his aid to Voss's blackmail, but noted his cooperation, exposing Voss's clients. Eleanor sat beside Father Brown, her ring gleaming, Crane's letters in her purse. Crane spoke, voice steady. "I betrayed my wife, my town. I hid to survive, but I'm done running. I accept my punishment." Eleanor's eyes glistened and Father Brown squeezed her hand. The defense called Father Brown, who testified to Crane's remorse. The letters, the ring, the ledger. "He sought atonement," the priest said. "His truth freed us." The judge, moved, asked Eleanor to speak. She stood, voice clear. "Samuel broke my heart, but he's trying to mend it. I ask for mercy, for Willow Creek's sake." Murmurs rose, some nodding, others skeptical. Father Brown prayed, sensing her words tipped the scales. The judge sentenced Crane to 3 years, with parole possible in 1, citing his cooperation and the town's healing. Crane nodded grateful as Eleanor exhaled. Outside, reporters swarmed, but Father Brown shielded her. "You gave him a chance," he said. She smiled faintly. "For us both." At St. Mary's, parishioners gathered, praising Eleanor's strength. Clara Evans hugged her. "You're our rock," she said. Father Brown saw a town reborn, its trust fragile but growing. Inspector Hargrove called, reporting the minor client's arrests. Clerks, lawyers, none as powerful as Voss. "Crane's ledger cleaned house," he said. Father Brown visited Crane, now in prison transport. "Eleanor forgives you," he said. Crane's eyes welled. "Tell her I'll earn it." The priest nodded, leaving with hope. At the rectory, a letter arrived, handwritten. "Thank you, Father. E." No tobacco, no threats, just Eleanor's gratitude. Father Brown walked to the lodge's ruins, reflecting. The glove, the watch, the notes, all led here to mercy. Willow Creek's scars were fading, its people united. He prayed Crane's sentence a beacon. The trial was over, but Eleanor's journey continued, and Father Brown knew one final act. Her reunion with Crane would seal her peace. He'd be there, ensuring the town's mercy endured, a light against any shadow that might rise again. Chapter 34. The Light of Willow Creek. Samuel Crane's 3-year sentence, tempered by Eleanor's plea for mercy, closed the legal chapter of Willow Creek's ordeal. But Father Brown knew the town's true healing lay in its people. Eleanor's forgiveness, publicly embraced, had inspired a collective renewal, with Voss's minor clients facing justice. The priest sensed his work was nearly done. But Eleanor's path to peace required one final step, rebuilding her life with or without Crane. Father Brown vowed to light her way, ensuring Willow Creek's scars became strength. At St. Mary's, Father Brown met Eleanor, now volunteering to restore the church garden. "It keeps me grounded," she said, her ring catching the sun. She'd written Crane, promising to visit when ready. "I forgive him, Father, but I'm finding myself." The priest smiled, seeing her resilience. He shared Clara Evans's idea, a town festival to celebrate renewal. "You could lead it," he said. Eleanor nodded, eager. "Let's show Willow Creek's light." The festival took shape, with townsfolk decorating Main Street. Inspector Hargrove, gruff but proud, donated funds. "You started this, priest," he said. Father Brown deflected, crediting Eleanor. At the rectory, he found a package. Crane's old Bible, sent from prison with a note. "For Eleanor, my anchor." Father Brown delivered it, watching her trace its worn cover. "He's trying," she said, tears falling. The priest knew this was Crane's final gift, a bridge to her heart. The festival day dawned bright, Willow Creek alive with music, booths, and laughter. Eleanor spoke, her voice steady. "We face darkness, but we're stronger together." Cheers rose, and Father Brown saw Grayson's former aide, now reformed, helping kids paint. Clara whispered, "Even the guilty are healing." The priest nodded, spotting the lodge's ruins in the distance, no longer a shadow, but a reminder of truth. That evening, Eleanor invited Father Brown to her home, now vibrant with flowers. "I'm visiting Samuel next week," she said, "not to rebuild, but to understand." Father Brown clasped her hand. "You're the light of Willow Creek." She smiled, handing him a handwritten note. "Father, you saved us." No font, no tobacco, just her soul. He tucked it away, heart full. At the rectory, Father Brown prayed, the Bible beside him. Voss's web, Crane's lies, Eleanor's pain, all had led to this. A town reborn, its people united, the festival's joy echoed, a testament to mercy. He walked to the church, stars above, knowing his role was complete. Eleanor's visit to Crane would close her journey, and Willow Creek's light would shine, with Father Brown's quiet faith, its steady flame, ready for whatever shadows might come. Chapter 35. The prison visit, the Willow Creek Festival, had crowned Eleanor Crane's strength. But her decision to visit Samuel Crane in prison marked a pivotal step in her healing. Father Brown, having guided her through Margaret Voss's conspiracy, saw this as the moment to bridge her forgiveness with understanding. Crane's Bible, sent from prison with a note calling her his anchor, was a plea for redemption. The priest resolved to accompany Eleanor, ensuring her heart faced Crane's truth without breaking anew. At St. Mary's, Eleanor prepared, her face a mix of resolve and fear. "Father, I need to hear him, not just read his words," she said, clutching the Bible. Father Brown nodded, sensing her need for closure. They drove to the state prison, a grey fortress an hour from Willow Creek. Inside, Crane waited in a stark room, his eyes lighting at Eleanor's sight. "You came!" he whispered, voice thick. Father Brown stood back, a silent pillar. Crane spoke first. "Eleanor, I lied, hid, hurt you. But every letter, the ring, it was for you." She held up the Bible. "This says you love me. But why, Lillian?" Crane's head bowed. "A mistake, born of fear. Voss twisted me, but you were my strength." Eleanor's voice wavered. "I forgive you, Samuel, but I can't forget." Father Brown saw pain in her eyes, but also freedom. She was reclaiming her soul. Crane revealed a new detail. A client, unnamed, who'd helped Voss after her arrest, possibly sending the final typed note Father Brown received. "I overheard her in jail, whispering about a silent partner," Crane said. Father Brown's pulse quickened. Was this the other ally from Voss's letter? Eleanor frowned. "Is it over, Samuel?" Crane swore he'd told all, urging her to stay, safe. The priest noted his sincerity, but the shadow lingered. Outside, Eleanor exhaled. "I saw his heart, Father. It's enough." Father Brown smiled, but the silent partner nagged. At the rectory, he called Inspector Hargrove, sharing Crane's tip. "Voss's visitors are clean," Hargrove said, "but we'll dig." Father Brown prayed, the Bible's note in his mind. The prison visit had freed Eleanor, but Crane's warning suggested Voss's web wasn't fully cut. Willow Creek glowed with renewal, yet the priest knew one final thread. Voss's partner might threaten Eleanor's peace, and he'd unravel it to keep her light shining. Chapter 36. The Silent Partner, Samuel Crane's prison revelation about Margaret Voss's silent partner stirred Father Brown's unease. The Willow Creek Festival and Eleanor's forgiveness had healed the town, but this new shadow, a client aiding Voss post-arrest, threatened to reignite old fears. The final typed note, "Well done, priest," might be their work, not a citizen's gratitude. With Eleanor finding peace after visiting Crane, Father Brown vowed to identify this partner, ensuring no remnant of Voss's conspiracy touched her. He began at the police station, where Inspector Hargrove was skeptical. "Voss's jail calls are monitored, no clients mentioned," he said. Father Brown shared the note, its unfamiliar script a clue. Hargrove pulled Voss's visitor logs, revealing a name, Martha Glenn, a low-profile lawyer who'd worked with Crane's firm. "She's no bigwig," Hargrove said, but Father Brown recalled her name in Voss's ledger, tied to a $10,000 payment for consulting. At the library, Clara Evans found Martha's history. A junior partner during Crane's fraud case, she'd avoided charges and left town, returning quietly last year. "Keeps to herself," Clara said, providing an address. Father Brown visited Martha's modest home, greeted by a sharp-eyed woman in her 50s. "Father, I expected you," she said, inviting him in. Her desk held a typewriter, but its font didn't match the note. "I'm no partner to Voss," she insisted. "I paid her to stay out of her schemes." Father Brown pressed. Did you visit her in jail? Martha nodded. To ensure she wouldn't name me. She laughed, said her partner was untouchable. Her fear seemed genuine, but her knowledge of the partner suggested more. As he left, the black sedan idled nearby, its driver gone. His heart raced. Martha wasn't the partner, but she was a link. At the rectory, a new typed note arrived. Stop, or Eleanor pays. The font was Crane's, the paper unscented. Father Brown called Eleanor, confirming her safety. Stay with friends, he urged, then informed Hargrove. Martha's clean, but the sedan's back, he said. Hargrove traced it to a rental under a fake name. Father Brown's mind churned. The partner using Crane's font was taunting him, protecting Voss's legacy. He prayed, Martha's words echoing, untouchable. The silent partner was close, perhaps someone overlooked, and Eleanor's peace hung in the balance. Willow Creek's light was strong, but Father Brown would face the sedan's shadow to keep it burning, knowing the partner's identity was the final key. Chapter 37. The Lawyer's Secret. Martha Glenn's claim that Margaret Voss's silent partner was untouchable deepened Father Brown's resolve to protect Eleanor Crane. The new typed note, Stop, or Eleanor pays, in Samuel, Crane's font, suggested the partner was leveraging Crane's ghost to maintain Voss's grip. Martha's role as a minor player in Voss's ledger and her jail visit made her a witness, not the mastermind. Father Brown needed her secret to unmask the partner, ensuring Willow Creek's healing wasn't undone by a hidden foe. At St. Mary's, Father Brown met Clara Evans, who dug deeper into Martha. She's got a brother, Simon Glenn, a private investigator, Clara said. He worked for Crane's firm, vanished after the fraud case. A 1950 article confirmed Simon's ties to Voss, investigating her rivals. Father Brown's pulse quickened. Simon, not Martha, could be the partner, using his skills to stay invisible. Clara provided Simon's last known address, a Boston loft. Father Brown drove there, finding a locked door but a faint tobacco scent. Crane's brand. He slipped inside, discovering a cluttered office, files on Voss's clients, a typewriter matching Crane's font, and a photo of Simon with Voss, both smiling. A notebook listed tasks: watch Eleanor, plant notes, rent sedan. Father Brown's heart sank. Simon was the partner, orchestrating threats to protect Voss's secrets. As he pocketed a typed note, Eleanor's next. Footsteps approached. Simon Glenn, lean and grizzled, entered gun drawn. "Priest, your trouble," he snarled. Father Brown raised his hands. "Simon, Voss is done. Why threaten Eleanor?" Simon laughed. "Her forgiveness makes Crane weak. Voss needs him broken." He admitted typing notes, using Crane's machine to frame him, and renting the sedan to stalk Eleanor. "Voss pays, even from jail," he said. Father Brown's calm disarmed him. "You're her last pawn, Simon. Stop now." Before Simon could respond, Inspector Hargrove's men, tipped by Father Brown's call, burst in, cuffing him. Simon cursed, dropping the gun. Father Brown handed Hargrove the notebook, tying Simon to the threats. At the rectory, he called Eleanor, safe with friends. "Simon's caught," he said. She exhaled. "Father, you're my guardian." He smiled, but Simon's words, "Voss pays," nagged. Was Voss still pulling strings? Hargrove confirmed Simon's arrest, finding Voss's jail account drained, likely funding him. "She's powerless now," he said. Father Brown prayed, the notebook's tasks in his mind. The lawyer's brother was the partner, but Voss's reach, even caged, chilled. Him, Eleanor's light shone, But the priest knew one final test. Voss's last gasp might await. He'd shield Willow Creek, ensuring Simon's capture was the end, and Eleanor's peace the victory. Chapter 38. The jailhouse, whisper Simon Glenn's arrest as Margaret Voss's silent partner, exposed his role in typing threats and stalking Eleanor Crane. But his claim that Voss paid him from jail alarmed Father Brown. The notebook detailing his tasks, watching Eleanor, renting the black sedan, confirmed his guilt. But Voss's drained account suggested she'd planned one final act. Eleanor's safety and Willow Creek's peace hung on ensuring Voss's influence was truly broken. Father Brown resolved to confront her, seeking the jailhouse whisper that fueled Simon's loyalty. At the state prison, Father Brown met Inspector Hargrove, who'd secured a visit with Voss. "She's smug, even locked up," Hargrove warned. In the interview room, Voss sat, her eyes cold. "Father, you've been busy," she said, smirking. Father Brown held up Simon's notebook. "Your partner's caught. Why target Eleanor?" Voss leaned back. "Eleanor's weakness is Crane's. I wanted him crushed even from here." She admitted funding Simon via a hidden account, now empty. Father Brown pressed. "Who else serves you?" Voss laughed. "No one, priest. Simon was my last. You've won." Her tone was too smooth, her eyes too sharp. He mentioned the typed note. "Well done, priest." She shrugged. "A fan, perhaps?" Father Brown's unease grew. Voss was playing, hiding a final card. As he left, a guard slipped him a note, typed unscented. "She lies." The font was new, not Crane's or Voss's. Back at the rectory, Father Brown called Clara Evans, asking about prison staff tied to Voss. "One guard, Tom Brady, was fired last month," Clara said, "rumoured to take bribes." Father Brown shared the note with Hargrove, who traced Brady to a Willow Creek motel. They found him, drunk, with a typewriter and Voss's client list. "She paid me to pass messages," Brady confessed. "The note was mine. I knew you'd catch her." He denied targeting Eleanor, swearing Simon acted alone. Hargrove arrested Brady, ensuring Voss's communication was cut. Father Brown called Eleanor, still safe. "Voss's web is gone," he said. She sighed. "Father, I'm ready to move. Forward." He smiled, but Brady's note, "She lies," lingered. Was Voss truly powerless, or was another whisper unheard? At St. Mary's, he prayed, the notebook beside him. The jailhouse whisper was silenced, but Willow Creek's light needed guarding. Eleanor's strength was his anchor, and Father Brown knew one final truth. Voss's last lie might surface, testing the town's renewal once more. Chapter 39. The Guard's Confession. Tom Brady's arrest for passing Margaret Voss's jailhouse. Messages coupled with his typed note, "She lies," confirmed Father Brown's fear that Voss's influence lingered, even after Simon Glenn's capture. Brady's confession that he aided Voss for bribes, not Eleanor's harassment, eased some concerns, but his possession of her client list suggested others might still act in her name. Eleanor Crane's peace and Willow Creek's healing depended on ensuring no new threats emerged. Father Brown resolved to probe Brady's role, seeking Voss's final lie. At the police station, Inspector Hargrove interrogated Brady, who was cooperative but scared. "If Voss paid me to smuggle notes to Simon," he said, handing over a ledger of payments, "I didn't know about Eleanor." Father Brown studied the ledger, noting a $5,000 transfer to an unknown JL. "Who's this?" he asked. Brady shrugged. Voss's contact never met them. Hargrove's team traced JL, finding no matches in Voss's files. Father Brown's unease grew. Another shadow? He visited Clara Evans, who cross-referenced JL with Willow Creek records. Could be Jane Lowell, a nurse who worked at the prison, Clara said, pulling a file. Jane had quit after Voss's arrest, citing stress, and moved to a nearby town. Father Brown drove to her cottage, finding her packing. "Father, I'm no criminal," Jane said, nervous. She admitted meeting Voss in jail, delivering a single message to Brady for cash. It was about Crane, not Eleanor, she swore. Jane's story held, but her desk held Crane's brand of cigarettes. A coincidence Father Brown distrusted. "Did you send a typed note, 'Well done, priest'?" he asked. Jane paled, nodding. "I admired your work, Father. Meant no harm." Her typewriter matched the note's font, not Crane's. Father Brown exhaled, relieved but cautious. Jane was no threat, but JL's payment suggested Voss had one last ally. He urged Jane to tell Hargrove, which she did, clearing her name. Hargrove called. The ledger's JL was a dead end, likely a fake name. "Voss's money's gone," he said. Father Brown informed Eleanor, who was planning a new life, perhaps without Crane. "I'm free, Father," she said, her ring off. He smiled, but the cigarettes nagged. At the rectory, he prayed, Jane's note beside him. The guard's confession had closed Brady's roll, but JL's shadow loomed. Willow Creek's light was strong, yet Father Brown knew one final clue. Voss's last contact might test Eleanor's freedom, and he'd seek it to ensure her heart stayed whole. Chapter 40. The Nurse's Trail. Jane Lowell's admission that she sent the typed note, "Well done, priest," and delivered a message for Margaret Voss cleared her of major crimes. But the mysterious JL in Tom Brady's ledger kept Father Brown vigilant. The payment, tied to Voss's drained account, hinted at a final ally, perhaps the last remnant of her web. Eleanor Crane's newfound freedom, marked by removing her ring, was fragile, and Willow Creek's peace depended. On unmasking JL, Father Brown followed the nurse's trail, seeking Voss's final secret. At the rectory, Father Brown reviewed Brady's ledger, noting JL's $5,000 entry was dated post-arrest, suggesting recent activity. Inspector Hargrove's dead-end trace frustrated him, but Clara Evans offered a lead. Jane mentioned a prison colleague, Dr. James Lang, who handled Voss's medical visits. He left abruptly, Clara said, finding Lang's address in a coastal town. Father Brown drove there, sensing Lang might be JL. Voss's last pawn, Lang's seaside cabin was isolated, its windows dark. Father Brown knocked, and Lang, a wiry man in his 60s, answered wary. "Father, this about Voss?" he asked, lighting a cigarette, Crane's brand. Father Brown showed the ledger. "Are you JL?" Lang laughed, denying it. "I treated Voss, that's all. She tried bribing me, but I quit." His desk held medical files, one labelled Voss, with a note, "JL handles Crane, Father," Brown pressed. "Who's JL?" Lang hesitated, then admitted passing Voss's message to Brady about a James Lester, a fixer Voss trusted. "Never met him," Lang said. "Got paid to stay quiet." The $5,000 was his, not Lester's, for silence. Father Brown's heart sank. Lester was JL, the true ally. As he probed, a car roared past, the black sedan, its driver obscured. Lang paled. "That's Lester's men," he whispered. Father Brown called Hargrove, who traced James Lester to a Boston alias, no address. "He's a ghost," Hargrove said. At Eleanor's, Father Brown confirmed her safety, urging vigilance. "Lester's out there," he warned. She nodded, stronger now. "I won't hide, Father." He admired her resolve, but Lang's note, "JL handles Crane," chilled him. Was Lester targeting Crane in prison? He prayed, the ledger beside him. The nurse's trail led to Lester, but his shadow was elusive. Willow Creek's light endured, yet Father Brown knew finding JL was crucial to end Voss's legacy and secure Eleanor's peace. Chapter 41. The Fixer's Shadow. Dr. James Lang's revelation that JL was James Lester, a fixer tied to Margaret Voss, gave Father Brown a name for Voss's final ally. The $5,000 payment in Tom Brady's ledger meant for Lang's silence, confirmed Lester's role in handling Samuel Crane's fate, possibly targeting him in prison. The black sedan's appearance at Lang's cabin suggested Lester was active, watching. Eleanor Crane's strength was growing. But Father Brown needed to unmask Lester to ensure her safety and Willow Creek's lasting peace. At the police station, Inspector Hargrove dug into James Lester. "He's a hired hand. Extortion, intimidation," Hargrove said. "No record since Voss's arrest." A tip placed Lester in Willow Creek months ago, meeting Voss before Crane's disappearance. Father Brown recalled the sedan's sightings. Its driver always obscured. "Lester's her enforcer," he said, showing Lang's note. "JL handles Crane." Hargrove nodded. "If he's after Crane, prison's no shield." Father Brown visited Crane in prison, warning him. "Lester's Voss's last play," he said. Crane paled. "I heard her mention him. Said he'd clean up if I talked." Crane swore he'd seen no threats, but his fear was real. Father Brown urged the warden to tighten security, then called Eleanor, safe but anxious. "Father, is Samuel in danger?" He reassured her, hiding his own dread. Lester's shadow was long, and Crane was vulnerable. Clara Evans offered a lead, a bar in Willow Creek where Lester was spotted last year. Father Brown went, finding a bartender who knew him. "Shady guy, smoked Crane's cigarettes," the bartender said, pointing to a matchbook with a Boston address. Father Brown drove. There, a derelict warehouse. Inside he found a typewriter, Crane's font, and a typed note. "Crane's time's up." Footsteps echoed. Lester, tall and scarred, gun drawn. "Priest, you're late," he sneered. Father Brown raised his hands. "James, Voss is finished. Let Crane go." Lester laughed. "She paid me to break him, dead or alive." Hargrove's men trailing Father Brown burst in, disarming Lester. He cursed, admitting typing threats to scare Crane, not Eleanor. "Voss wanted him paranoid," he said. Father Brown seized the note, tying Lester to the sedan. At the rectory, he prayed, Lester's words chilling. "Break him!" Willow Creek's light held. But Crane's safety was fragile, and Father Brown knew Lester's capture might not end Voss's final whisper. Chapter 42. The Warehouse. Truth James Lester's arrest in the Boston warehouse, caught with a typed note, threatening Samuel Crane, exposed him as Margaret Voss's last enforcer. His admission that Voss paid him to break Crane, using Crane's font to sow fear, tied him to the black sedan and the conspiracy's final act. Father Brown, relieved but cautious, knew Lester's capture protected Crane in prison. But Eleanor Crane's peace and Willow Creek's healing needed confirmation that Voss's web was fully severed. At the police station, Inspector Hargrove interrogated Lester, who was defiant. "Voss's money's spent," he said. "I was her clean-up, nothing more." Father Brown showed the note. "Crane's time's up." Lester shrugged, meant to rattle him, not kill. Hargrove found Lester's rental records, confirming the sedan's use since Voss's arrest. "He stalked you too, Father," Hargrove said, showing GPS logs near the rectory. Father Brown's heart sank. Lester was the shadow. But was he alone? Father Brown visited Eleanor, now teaching at a community centre, her ring replaced by a simple band. "Lester's caught," he said. She smiled, relieved. "Father, I'm building a new life." He admired her strength, but shared Leicester's threat to Crane. "Samuel's safe now," she said, her forgiveness firm. Father Brown nodded, but the warehouse note nagged. Was Voss's break him just fear, or a deeper plan? He called Crane, who reported no prison incidents thanks to tightened security. Clara Evans brought a clue, a prison rumour that Voss had bragged about a final move before Leicester's arrest. Father Brown returned to the warehouse, now a crime scene, finding a hidden drawer in Leicester's desk. Inside was a letter from Voss, typed unscented. "Finish Crane, or you're next." The font was new, not Crane's, suggesting Voss had another typewriter. Father Brown handed it to Hargrove, who traced the paper to a prison supply. "She's out of tricks," Hargrove said, but Father Brown wasn't sure. At the rectory, he prayed, the letter beside him. Leicester's capture, the sedan's end. Willow Creek's light was strong. Yet Voss's final move echoed, a whisper of doubt. Eleanor's new life was a victory. But Father Brown knew one last check. Voss's prison contacts would seal her freedom. He'd ensure no new notes, no new shadows, threatened Crane or the town, keeping Eleanor's peace as Willow Creek's beacon. Chapter 43. The last whisper. James Leicester's confession that he was hired to break Samuel Crane, not kill him, eased Father Brown's fears, but Margaret Voss's letter, "Finish Crane, or you're next," found in the warehouse, hinted at a final move she'd bragged about in prison. With Eleanor Crane thriving and Willow Creek healed, Father Brown needed to ensure Voss's last whisper was silenced, protecting Crane in prison and Eleanor's new life. The priest resolved to trace the letter's prison source, ending Voss's legacy for good. At the state prison, Father Brown met Inspector Hargrove, who tightened Voss's restrictions. "No calls, no visitors," Hargrove said. The letter's paper, prison issued, pointed to an inside job. A guard, Sarah Miles, was flagged for handling Voss's mail. Father Brown interviewed her, showing the letter. "I didn't write it," Sarah swore, but admitted passing Voss's notes to a janitor, Mark Tate, for cash. "He's gone. Quit last week," she said, eyes wide. Hargrove traced Tate to a Willow Creek apartment. Father Brown joined the raid, finding Tate packing, a typewriter on his table. The font matched Voss's letter, not Crane's. "I typed what she paid for," Tate confessed, showing a stash of $2,000, Voss's last funds. It was about Crane to scare him. He denied targeting Eleanor or knowing Leicester. Father Brown seized a note Tate hadn't sent. "Crane's hope dies." The intent was clear. Voss wanted Crane's spirit crushed. Hargrove arrested Tate, ensuring Voss's isolation was total. Father Brown called Eleanor, sharing the news. "No more threats," he said. She laughed free. "Father, I'm teaching. Kids tomorrow. My new start." He smiled, her joy a balm. At St. Mary's, Clara Evans reported the town's mood. "Hopeful, united. You're our hero," she said. Father Brown deflected, crediting Eleanor's courage. The last whisper, Voss's letter, was silenced, but Tate's note chilled him. Had Voss planned more? Father Brown visited Crane, who was relieved. "No notes, no fear," Crane said. "Tell Eleanor I'm trying." The priest nodded, seeing redemption in his eyes. At the rectory, he prayed, Tate's note beside him. Willow Creek's light shone, Eleanor's strength its heart. Voss's web was dust, her money gone, her allies caught. Yet Father Brown knew one final act, Eleanor's teaching, Crane's parole, would seal their victory, and he'd watch for any whisper, ensuring the town's peace endured. Chapter 44. The Dawn of Peacemark. Tate's arrest for typing Margaret Voss's final threat against Samuel Crane, and the confirmation of her total isolation, lifted the last shadow from Willow Creek. Eleanor Crane's new life, teaching children, embodied the town's renewal, while Crane's prison efforts hinted at redemption. Father Brown, having unravelled Voss's web through notes, lighters and ledgers, sensed the case's end. Yet he knew Eleanor's first teaching day, and Crane's parole hearing would cement their peace, and he'd ensure no whispers returned. St. Mary's Father Brown met Eleanor, radiant in her teacher's role. "The kids give me purpose," she said, her ring gone, her heart light. She planned to write Crane, supporting his parole. "He's earning it," she said. Father Brown smiled, handing her a letter from Crane, delivered via the warden. "Eleanor, your strength saves me." Her eyes welled, but she stood tall, ready for her class. The priest saw her as Willow Creek's dawn, a beacon of grace. The community centre buzzed as Eleanor taught, children laughing, parents watching. Clara Evans whispered, "She's our miracle." Father Brown nodded, spotting Inspector Hargrove in the crowd, gruff but proud. "No new threats," Hargrove said. "Voss is a ghost now." Father Brown shared Crane's letter, reinforcing their victory. The town's festival, Eleanor's courage, her teaching, all wove a tapestry of healing, its threads unbreakable. At the prison, Father Brown attended Crane's parole hearing. Testifying to his cooperation and remorse, he exposed Voss, saved lives, the priest said. The board, moved, granted parole in 6 months, citing his aid. Crane thanked Father Brown, vowing to rebuild. "For Eleanor," he said. The priest nodded, seeing hope. At the rectory, a final letter arrived, handwritten. "Father, Willow Creek shines because of you, Theo." Clara, no font, no shadow, just truth. Father Brown walked to the lodge's ruins, now a garden plot, symbolizing renewal. Eleanor's laughter echoed from the centre, Crane's parole a promise, the town's peace a reality. He prayed, Crane's letter, beside him. Voss's whispers, Lester's sedan, Tate's note, all were gone. The dawn of peace was here. Eleanor's teaching its light, Crane's redemption its hope. Father Brown knew his work was done, but he'd watch, ensuring Willow Creek's light burned bright, ready for any future shadow, with faith as his guide. Chapter 45. The Parole. Promise Eleanor Crane's thriving role as a teacher, and Samuel Crane's parole approval in 6 months marked Willow Creek's triumph over Margaret Voss's shadow. Father Brown, having silenced Voss's final whispers through James Lester and Mark Tate's arrests, saw the town's peace as a testament to Eleanor's courage. Yet Crane's parole was a promise, not a guarantee, and Eleanor's new life needed guarding. The priest resolved to support them both, ensuring no echoes of Voss's web disrupted their dawn. At St. Mary's, Father Brown met Eleanor, her classroom stories lighting her face. "The kids call me Miss Crane," she said, laughing. She'd written Crane, encouraging his parole efforts. "He's studying law again to help others," she shared, showing his latest letter. "Eleanor, I'll be worthy of you." Father Brown smiled, but a faint unease lingered. Parole boards could waver, and Voss's clients, though exposed, might resent Crane's role in their fall. He visited Inspector Hargrove, checking for threats. "Voss's network is dead," Hargrove said. "Crane's safe, but some ex-clients are bitter." A name surfaced, Philip Morse, a minor Voss client recently released from probation. Father Brown recalled Morse from the ledger, a lawyer Crane had implicated. At the library, Clara Evans found Morse's address, a Willow Creek rental. "He's quiet, but angry," she warned, citing gossip about his grudges. Father Brown visited Morse, a dour man in his 40s. "Father, I paid my dues," Morse snapped, denying any threats. His desk held no typewriter, no Crane's cigarettes, but a photo of him with Voss hinted at loyalty. "Crane's no hero," Morse said. "He ruined us." Father Brown's calm disarmed him. Philip let go of hate. Eleanor's rebuilt. Morse softened, swearing he'd moved on. The priest left, unconvinced, sensing a spark of resentment. At the rectory, a handwritten note arrived. "Miss Crane's a saint. P.M." No threats, just Morse's scrawl. Father Brown called Eleanor, ensuring her safety. "I'm fine, Father," she said, planning a school event. He prayed Morse's photo in his mind. The parole promise held, but Crane's past stirred embers. Willow Creek's light was strong, yet Father Brown knew Crane's release would test it, and he'd watch Morse, ensuring Eleanor's peace endured against any bitter echo. Chapter 46. The Bitter Echo Philip. Morse's grudging respect for Eleanor. Crane, expressed in his handwritten note, eased Father Brown's immediate fears. But his resentment towards Samuel Crane lingered as a potential threat. With Crane's parole 6 months away, and Eleanor flourishing as a teacher, Willow Creek's peace was a fragile triumph. Father Brown sensed Morse's bitterness, tied to Voss's exposed clients, could flare, endangering Crane's redemption or Eleanor's safety. The priest resolved to monitor him, ensuring no echo of Voss's web resurfaced. At the community centre, Eleanor planned her school event, a spring fair. "It's for the kids," she said, her joy infectious. Father Brown shared Morse's note, warning her gently. "He's no friend of Samuel's," he said. Eleanor nodded, unfazed. "I'm not hiding, Father." Her strength inspired him, but he called Inspector Hargrove, asking about Morse. "He's clean but mouthy," Hargrove said. "Complains about Crane to anyone who'll listen." A bar fight linked Morse to a Voss loyalist, raising red flags. Father Brown visited the bar, questioning the owner. "Morse rants about Crane's hero act," the owner said, pointing to a matchbook with Morse's number. Father Brown called, arranging to meet at Morse's rental. Inside, Morse was defensive. "I wrote the note to clear my name," he said. "Crane's parole burns me, but I'm no thug." A shelf held law books, one marked with Voss's initials, suggesting old ties. Father Brown pressed. "Are you planning trouble?" Morse laughed, bitter. "I'd rather see Crane squirm than hurt him." His honesty rang true, but his eyes held a flicker of spite. Father Brown left, spotting a neighbour watching. Morse's landlord, a former Voss client. At the rectory, Clara Evans called. Morse was seen with a guy, maybe that loyalist. Father Brown informed Hargrove, who tracked the loyalist, Tim Vaughan, to a motel. They raided it, finding Vaughan with a typed note. "Crane's parole ends badly." The font wasn't Crane's, but Morse's number was in Vaughan's phone. Hargrove arrested Vaughan, who denied Morse's involvement. Father Brown called Eleanor, safe at the centre. "Morse's trouble but contained," he said. She sighed. "If Father, I trust you." He prayed the note beside him. The bitter echo was Morse's grudge, channeled through Vaughan, but its fire was out. Crane's parole loomed, Eleanor's fare a beacon. Father Brown knew Morse's resentment was a spark, and he'd douse it, ensuring Willow Creek's light shone for Eleanor's triumph. Chapter 47. The fair's light Tim Vaughan's arrest for possessing a threatening note about Samuel Crane's parole confirmed Father Brown's fears of lingering resentment from Margaret Voss's clients. Though Philip Morse's role remained unclear. Eleanor Crane's Spring Fair, a celebration of her students, was Willow Creek's next step in healing, and Father Brown vowed to protect it from any bitter echoes. Crane's parole, now 5 months away, was a hope Eleanor held, and the priest would ensure no shadows dimmed her light. At the community centre, the fair buzzed with laughter, booths and music. Eleanor, radiant, guided children through games, her strength a town treasure. Father Brown helped, watching for Morse or Vaughan's allies. Clara Evans joined, whispering, "Morse was here earlier, behaved." Father Brown nodded, but his eyes scanned the crowd. Inspector Hargrove patrolled, reporting Vaughan's confession. Just talk, no plans. The note was his, not Morse's, a drunken rant. Father Brown found Morse at a food stall, his face less grim. "Father, I'm not the villain," Morse said, offering a soda. "Eleanor's fair. It's good for the town." His tone was genuine, but a cigarette in his hand, Crane's brand, stirred doubt. "Philip, let Crane's past go," Father Brown urged. Morse nodded, tossing the cigarette. "I'm trying." The priest sensed progress, but the cigarette's echo lingered, a tie to Voss's web. As the fair ended, Eleanor spoke to the crowd. "This is our Willow Creek, strong, together." Cheers rose, and Father Brown saw Hargrove clap, a rare smile. Eleanor hugged the priest. "Father, you made this possible." He deflected, crediting her. At the rectory, a letter arrived, handwritten. "Fair was great. Sorry for my anger. P.M." Morse's scrawl, no threats. Father Brown called Eleanor, sharing it. "He's healing too," she said, her voice warm. Hargrove called. Vaughan's phone had no ties to Morse, just Voss nostalgia. "Morse is clean," he said. Father Brown prayed, the letter beside him. The fair's light had softened Morse, Eleanor's courage its spark. Crane's parole was a beacon, the town's peace solid. Yet the cigarette's scent nagged, a faint Voss echo. Father Brown knew the parole hearing would test Willow Creek's mercy, and he'd guard Eleanor, ensuring Morse's change was real and her fair's joy endured. Chapter 48. The Resentment's End. The success of Eleanor Crane's spring fair, coupled with Philip Morse's apologetic letter, suggested Willow Creek was shedding the last resentments of Margaret Voss's conspiracy. Samuel Crane's parole, now closer, was a shared hope. But Father Brown remained wary of Morse's cigarette, Crane's brand, a subtle tie to the past. Tim Vaughan's arrest had quelled immediate threats, but the priest needed to ensure Morse's change was genuine, protecting Eleanor's light and Crane's redemption from any final grudge. At St. Mary's, Father Brown met Eleanor, planning a summer camp for her students. Crane wrote, "He's mentoring inmates," she said, showing a letter. "Eleanor, I'm becoming the man you deserve." Her smile was cautious, her heart open but guarded. Father Brown shared Morse's letter, probing her thoughts. "He's trying like Samuel," she said. "I believe in second chances." The priest nodded, but Morse's cigarette gnawed, a possible sign of lingering spite. He visited Morse at his rental, finding him sorting law books. "Father, I meant the letter," Morse said, offering coffee. "Eleanor's fair showed me what's possible." His shelf was clear of Voss's marks, no cigarettes in sight. Father Brown asked about the cigarette at the fair. "A bad habit from Crane's days," Morse admitted. "I quit, for real." His eyes were clear, his anger faded. The priest believed him, but asked, "Any contact with Voss's old crew?" Morse swore he'd cut ties, naming Vaughan as a lone agitator. Father Brown left, reassured but cautious. At the police station, Inspector Hargrove confirmed Vaughan's isolation. No calls, no allies. "Morse checks out," Hargrove said, showing Morse's clean record since probation. A tip from Clara Evans sealed it. Morse had joined a community group, aiding the fair's clean-up. "He's changed," Clara said. Father Brown smiled, the cigarette's echo fading. At the rectory, a handwritten note arrived. "Thank you, Father, for trusting me. PM." Morse's hand, pure gratitude. Father Brown called Eleanor, sharing the update. "We're all healing," she said, her camp plans thriving. He prayed, the note beside him. The resentment's end was Morse's redemption. Eleanor's camp a new light. Crane's parole loomed, Willow Creek's mercy strong. Father Brown knew Eleanor's summer would test her strength, and he'd ensure Morse's change held, guarding the town's peace against any final whisper. Chapter 49. The Summer Camp. Eleanor Crane's summer camp for Willow Creek's children was a bold step in her new life, building on the spring fair's success. Samuel Crane's parole, now 4 months away, fueled her hope, while Philip Morse's redemption, marked by his community work and clean break from Margaret Voss's shadow, eased Father Brown's fears. Yet the priest remained vigilant, knowing Eleanor's camp would draw the town's eyes, a potential stage for any lingering Voss echoes. He vowed to protect her light, ensuring Crane's path stayed clear. At the community centre, the camp buzzed with kids painting, playing and laughing. Eleanor, in a teacher's apron, radiated joy. "This is my calling," she told Father Brown, who helped with crafts. She shared Crane's latest letter. "Eleanor, your camp inspires me to teach here." Father Brown saw her pride, but asked about Morse. "He donated supplies," she said, pointing to a banner with his name. The priest nodded, impressed but watchful. Father Brown visited Morse, now a group leader at the centre. "Father, I'm giving back," Morse said, showing camp photos. No cigarettes, no Voss relics. His change seemed real. "Eleanor's a miracle," Morse added, his grudge gone. Father Brown probed. "Any old contacts resurface?" Morse shook his head. "Vaughan was the last. I'm free." The priest believed him, but checked with Inspector Hargrove, who confirmed Morse's clean slate. "Camp's safe," Hargrove said. At the camp, Clara Evans volunteered, whispering, "Morse is a star now." Father Brown watched him play with kids, his laughter genuine. Eleanor spoke to parents, her vision clear. "This camp is our future." Applause rose, and Father Brown saw Willow Creek's heart, united, healed. A child gave him a drawing. Eleanor teaching, labelled Miss Crane's Light. He tucked it away, moved. At the rectory, a letter arrived, handwritten. "Camp's amazing. You're the hero. Clara." Father Brown called Eleanor, sharing the drawing. "You're their hero," he said. She laughed. "We all are, Father." He prayed, the drawing beside him. The summer camp was Eleanor's triumph, Morse's redemption a mirror of Crane's. Parole neared, Willow Creek's peace solid. Father Brown knew Crane's release would test this harmony. But Eleanor's camp was a fortress of light, and he'd guard it, ensuring no shadow, Voss's or otherwise, dimmed her shining dawn. Chapter 50. The Mentor's Hope. Eleanor Crane's summer camp had solidified her as Willow Creek's beacon, while Samuel Crane's letters from prison, detailing his mentoring of inmates, showed a man striving for redemption. With parole 3 months away, Father Brown saw hope in Crane's efforts, mirrored by Philip Morse's community work. Yet the priest knew Crane's release would stir the town, potentially reviving old grudges. He resolved to nurture Crane's progress and Eleanor's light, ensuring Margaret Voss's shadow stayed buried. At St. Mary's, Father Brown met Eleanor, planning a camp showcase. "The kids will perform," she said, glowing. Crane's letter lay open. "Eleanor, I'm teaching law to inmates, inspired by you." She smiled, cautious but proud. "He's changing, Father." The priest nodded, but asked about town sentiment. "Some still judge Samuel," she admitted, Morse defends him, though. Father Brown was heartened, but Crane's mentoring needed scrutiny to ensure its sincerity. He visited Crane in prison, finding him leading a study group. "Father, I'm helping them avoid my mistakes," Crane said, eyes earnest. He showed a notebook of lesson plans, stamped by the warden. "Eleanor's camp drives me," he added. Father Brown probed. "Any threats here?" Crane shook his head. "Voss's name is dead. I'm safe." The priest believed him, but recalled Hargrove's warning about bitter ex-clients, now silent but unpredictable. At the rectory, Inspector Hargrove called, "Crane's clean, no prison incidents." He mentioned a new lead, a former Voss client, Laura Tate, Mark Tate's sister, spotted at the camp. "She's no threat, just curious," Hargrove said. Father Brown visited Laura, a quiet baker. "I came to see Eleanor's work," she said, offering pastries. "My brother's crimes shamed me." No cigarettes, no notes. Her admiration was real. Father Brown thanked her, relieved. The camp showcase dazzled, with kids singing and Eleanor beaming. Morse helped, Clara cheered, and Laura clapped. Father Brown spoke. "Eleanor and Samuel show us redemption." The crowd roared, Willow Creek's heart full. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you're our star." Father Brown gave it to Eleanor, who teared up. He prayed, the notebook beside him. The mentor's hope was Crane's teaching, Eleanor's showcase its echo. Parole loomed, the town's mercy strong. Father Brown would watch Laura and others, ensuring Crane's hope lit Eleanor's path without shadows. Chapter 51. The Showcase. Triumph, Eleanor Crane's Camp Showcase, a vibrant display of children's talents, cemented her role as Willow Creek's heart, while Samuel Crane's prison mentoring fueled his parole hopes, now 2 months away. Father Brown, reassured by Laura Tate's innocence and Philip Morse's redemption, saw the town's unity as a shield against Margaret Voss's faded web. Yet Crane's release would test this harmony, and the priest vowed to ensure the showcase's triumph endured, guarding Eleanor and Crane from any resurfacing doubts. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a parent meeting to expand the camp. "The town wants more," she told Father Brown, her confidence soaring. Crane's latest letter glowed. "Eleanor, your showcase inspires my classes." She shared it, her trust in him growing. "He's earning parole," she said. Father Brown nodded, but asked about gossip. "A few still whisper about Samuel," she admitted, "but Morse shuts them down." The priest admired Morse's loyalty, but vigilance remained. He visited Morse, now a camp aide. "Father, Eleanor's a leader," Morse said, sorting supplies. "Crane's not the villain." His sincerity was clear, no Voss echoes. Father Brown checked with Inspector Hargrove, who reported no new threats. "Laura Tate's clean, just a fan," Hargrove said. "Crane's prison record is spotless." Father Brown relaxed, but recalled a rumour Clara Evans shared. A local, John Reed, Voss's distant cousin, had asked about Crane's parole. Father Brown met Reed, a mechanic, at his garage. "I'm no trouble," Reed said, wiping grease. "Voss shamed our family. I just want Crane to stay straight." No cigarettes, no notes. His curiosity was harmless. Father Brown thanked him, reassured. At the parent meeting, Eleanor shone, outlining camp growth. Morse helped, Laura baked, and Reed attended, clapping. Father Brown spoke. "This is our Willow Creek, rebuilt, united." Cheers echoed, the town's light fierce. A parent's note read, "Miss Crane, you're our hope." Eleanor blushed, giving it to Father Brown. He prayed, the note beside him. The showcase triumph was Eleanor's vision. Crane's mentoring its mirror. Parole neared, Willow Creek's faith solid. Father Brown knew Crane's release would stir. ripples, but Eleanor's meeting was a fortress, and he'd watch Reed and others, ensuring no shadow dimmed her triumph's glow. Chapter 52. The Parents' Pledge. Eleanor Crane's parent meeting, expanding her summer camp, showcased Willow Creek's trust in her, while Samuel Crane's prison mentoring, now a parole cornerstone, was 1 month away. Father Brown, reassured by John Reed's harmless curiosity and the town's unity, saw Eleanor's leadership as a bulwark against Margaret Voss's buried past. Yet Crane's release could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to secure the parents' pledge, ensuring Eleanor's camp and Crane's hope faced no new shadows. At St. Mary's, Eleanor shared plans for a camp scholarship fund. "It's for every child," she said, her passion fierce. Crane's letter arrived. "Eleanor, your camp is my redemption." She smiled, her faith in him solid. "He'll join us, Father," she said. The priest nodded but asked about town. Mood. "Some fear Samuel's return," she admitted. "Morse and Laura rally them." Father Brown trusted their support, but checked for threats. He visited Inspector Hargrove, who confirmed no issues. "Crane's mentoring is gold," Hargrove said. "Reed's just talkative, no record." Father Brown met Laura Tate, now a camp volunteer. "Eleanor's my hero," she said, her bakery thriving. "No Voss ties, just gratitude." Morse, at the centre, echoed her. "Crane's earned his shot," he said, his redemption complete. Father Brown relaxed, but Clara Evans mentioned a new face at the meeting. Ellen Voss, Margaret's niece, asking about Eleanor. Father Brown found Ellen, a florist, at her shop. "I'm not my aunt," she said, arranging roses. "Eleanor's camp moved me. I want to help." Her sincerity rang true. No cigarettes or notes. Father Brown invited her to volunteer, testing her. At the scholarship launch, parents pledged funds, Eleanor beaming. Morse, Laura and Ellen helped, their unity a shield. Father Brown spoke. "This fund is our promise, to kids, to hope." Applause roared. Willow Creek's heart won. A parent's note read, "Miss Crane, you're our future." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The parents' pledge was Eleanor's legacy. Crane's, parole its echo. Willow Creek's light was unyielding. Ellen's help a sign of grace. Father Brown knew Crane's return would test this unity, but Eleanor's fund was a beacon, and he'd watch Ellen, ensuring no Voss shadow dimmed the town's radiant dawn. Chapter 53. The scholarship Dawn Eleanor Crane's Scholarship Fund, backed by Willow Creek's parents, was a triumph of her vision, while Samuel Crane's parole, now weeks away, promised a new chapter. Father Brown, heartened by Ellen Voss's genuine support and the town's unity, saw the fund as a shield against any lingering echoes of Margaret Voss's web. Yet Crane's return could stir unease, and the priest vowed to nurture the scholarship, Dawn, ensuring Eleanor's light and Crane's redemption shone without obstruction. At the community centre, Eleanor trained volunteers for the fund's first camp session. "Every child deserves this," she told Father Brown, her resolve iron. Crane's letter glowed. "Eleanor, your fund is my guide." She shared it, her hope cautious. "He's coming home, Father." The priest smiled but asked about reactions. "A few grumble," she said. "Ellen and Morse calm them." Father Brown trusted their alliance, but vigilance held. He visited Ellen, arranging flowers for the camp. "Father, I'm here to heal, not hurt," she said, her eyes clear. "No Voss relics, just roses." Father Brown thanked her, checking with Inspector Hargrove. "Ellen's clean, no ties to Margaret," Hargrove said. "Crane's parole hearings set." Father Brown met Morse, now a fund treasurer. "Eleanor's our star," Morse said, his past buried. Laura Tate echoed him, her pastries a camp staple. At the rectory, Clara Evans brought news. A parent, Tom Hale, Victor Hale's cousin, had questioned Crane's return. Father Brown met Tom, a carpenter, at his workshop. "Crane's trouble," Tom said, but softened. "Eleanor's fund changed my mind." No threats, just doubt. Father Brown invited him to volunteer, and Tom agreed. At the fund's launch party, Eleanor spoke. "This is for our kids, our future." Morse, Laura, Ellen and Tom cheered. The town won heart. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make us happy." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The scholarship dawn was Eleanor's gift. Crane's parole its hope. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress. Ellen's roses a sign of peace. Father Brown knew Crane's homecoming would test this light. But Eleanor's fund was a star, and he'd watch Tom, ensuring no doubt dimmed the town's radiant promise. Chapter 54. The Homecoming Light Samuel Crane's Parole Hearing. Days away was Willow Creek's final step in healing from Margaret Voss's conspiracy, with Eleanor Crane's scholarship fund a shining legacy. Father Brown, reassured by Tom Hale's support and Ellen Voss's redemption, saw the town's unity as a bulwark. Yet Crane's return could spark ripples, and the priest vowed to guide the homecoming light, ensuring Eleanor's strength and Crane's new path faced no shadows from the past. At St. Mary's, Eleanor prepared for Crane's release, her camp thriving. "He'll volunteer here," she told Father Brown, her trust earned. Crane's letter arrived. "Eleanor, I'm ready to serve." She smiled, her heart open. "Father, we're a team again." The priest nodded but asked about town mood. "Some hesitate," she said. "Ellen and Morse rally them." Father Brown admired their work, but checked for doubts. He visited Inspector Hargrove, confirming Crane's clean prison record. "No threats, no Voss echoes," Hargrove said. Father Brown met Ellen delivering flowers to the camp. "Crane's welcome," she said, her past buried. Morse at the fund echoed her. "He's one of us now," he said. Laura and Tom volunteered, their faith in Eleanor solid. Father Brown relaxed, but Clara Evans mentioned a quiet critic, Mary Klein, Edward Klein's sister. Father Brown met Mary, a librarian, at her home. "Crane's parole worries me," she said, citing her brother's ruin. "But Eleanor's fund sways me." No Voss ties, just caution. Father Brown invited her to the homecoming, and she nodded. At Crane's release, Eleanor greeted him, tears falling. "Welcome home, Samuel," she said. The town clapped, Morse, Ellen, Laura, Tom, and Mary among them. Father Brown spoke. "This is our light, mercy, hope." Crane thanked Eleanor, pledging to teach at the camp. A child's note read, "Mr. Crane, you're cool." Eleanor laughed, giving it to Father Brown. He prayed, the note beside him. The homecoming light was Crane's return. Eleanor's fund its heart. Willow Creek's unity was unbreakable. Mary's support a final grace. Father Brown knew their future was bright, and he'd watch, ensuring no shadow dimmed the town's radiant, hard-won peace. Chapter 55. The New Beginning. Samuel Crane's return to Willow Creek, welcomed by Eleanor Crane and the town's applause, marked a new beginning. Eleanor's scholarship fund thrived, and Crane's pledge to teach at her camp signalled his commitment to redemption. Father Brown, having ensured Margaret Voss's web was dismantled, saw their unity as Willow Creek's strength, yet reintegration could stir doubts, and the priest resolved to guide this dawn, ensuring Crane's past and Eleanor's light faced no new shadows. At the community centre, Crane joined Eleanor's camp, teaching law basics to kids. "There, curious?" he told Father Brown, his smile genuine. Eleanor beamed, her trust in him solid. "Samuel's home, Father," she said, showing a child's drawing. Crane and her, labelled Team Crane. The priest nodded, but asked about town reactions. A few whisper, she admitted. Ellen and Morse quiet them. Father Brown trusted their support, but vigilance lingered. He visited Inspector Hargrove, checking for unrest. Cranes, clean, no Voss echoes, Hargrove said. Town's calm. Father Brown met Ellen Voss, now a camp regular. Samuel's proving himself, she said, her roses brightening the centre. Morse, coaching sports, echoed her. He's one of us, he said. Laura Tate and Tom Hale volunteered, their faith unwavering. Father Brown relaxed, but Clara Evans mentioned a skeptic, Anna Morse, Philip's sister, questioning Crane's role. Father Brown met Anna, a clerk at her office. Crane's past worries me, she said, citing Philip's struggles. But Eleanor's camp is good. No threats, just caution. Father Brown invited her to volunteer, and she agreed. A camp event Crane taught, kids rapped. Eleanor spoke. This is our future, hope, learning. The town cheered, Anna clapping. Father Brown handed Eleanor a child's note. Mr. Crane's cool, Miss Crane's cooler. Eleanor laughed, tucking it away. Father Brown prayed, the note beside him. The new beginning was Crane's teaching. Eleanor's camp its heart. Orritisl, Creek's unity was a shield. Anna's support a grace. Father Brown knew Crane's work would test this harmony, but Eleanor's light was fierce, and he'd watch Anna, ensuring no doubt dimmed their radiant start. Chapter 56. The Camp's Growth. Samuel Crane's role as a camp teacher, alongside Eleanor Crane's scholarship fund, fueled Willow Creek's renewal, with children thriving under their care. Father Brown, reassured by Anna Morse's cautious support and the town's embrace, saw the camp as a beacon of redemption. Yet Crane's prominence could revive old grudges, and the priest vowed to nurture the camp's growth, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's efforts faced no echoes of Margaret Voss's past. At the community centre, Eleanor expanded the camp, adding art classes. Kids need creativity, she told Father Brown, who helped paint murals. Crane taught legal ethics, his passion clear. They ask tough questions, he said, showing a student's essay. Why Mr. Crane came back. Eleanor smiled, her bond with him strengthening. Father Brown asked about town mood. Some still judge Samuel, she said. Anna's warming thanks to Ellen. Father Brown visited Anna, now a camp aide. Eleanor's vision sways me, she said, sorting supplies. Crane's trying. No Voss ties, her doubt fading. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. Crane's a model citizen, he said. Anna's clean. Father Brown met Ellen, decorating the camp. Samuel's a gift, she said. Morse, Laura and Tom echoed her, their unity solid. Clara Evans flagged a new face, Ben Lyle, a parent sceptical of Crane. Father Brown met Ben, a grocer, at his store. Crane's past bugs me, he said, but admitted, Eleanor's camp is great. No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was personal. Father Brown invited him to a camp art show, and Ben nodded. At the show, Crane helped kids display work, Eleanor glowing. She spoke, This camp is our heart. Ben clapped, swayed. Father Brown handed Eleanor a child's painting, Miss Crane's Camp Rocks. Eleanor teared up, giving it to Crane. Father Brown prayed, the painting beside him. The camp's growth was Eleanor's dream. Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's light was strong. Ben's support a step. Father Brown knew Crane's rising role would test this unity, but Eleanor's art show was a fortress, and he'd watch Ben, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their shining growth. Chapter 57. The Art Show's Joy, Eleanor Crane's Camp Art Show, showcasing children's creativity, was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching adding depth. Father Brown, heartened by Ben Lyle's shift from skepticism to support, saw Willow Creek's unity as a shield. Yet Crane's growing presence could stir unease, and the priest vowed to sustain the art show's joy, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's work faced no shadows from Margaret Voss's buried web or lingering doubts. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp fundraiser inspired by the show. "We'll build a studio," she told Father Brown, her vision bold. Crane's letter from the camp read, "Eleanor, your art show drives my lessons." She smiled, their partnership solid. "Samuel's home," she said. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "A few whisper," she admitted. "Ben's on board, thanks to Anna." The priest nodded, but checked for ripples. He visited Ben, stocking shelves. "Eleanor's camp won me over," Ben said, offering fruit. "Crane's okay." No Voss echoes, his doubt gone. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a town asset," he said. "Ben's fine." Father Brown met Anna, painting with kids. "Samuel's good for them," she said. Ellen, Morse, Laura and Tom volunteered, their faith unshaken. Clara Evans mentioned a critic, Lisa Reed, John Reed's wife, questioning the fund. Father Brown met Lisa, a nurse, at her clinic. "Crane's role feels rushed," she said, but added Eleanor's art show was magic. No threats, just caution. Father Brown invited her to the fundraiser, and she agreed. At the event, Eleanor and Crane unveiled plans, kids performing. Lisa clapped, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This is our Willow Creek, creative, united." Cheers rose, the town's heart full. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make art fun." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The art show's joy was Eleanor's gift, Crane's lessons its echo. Willow Creek's unity was a beacon, Lisa's support a grace. Father Brown knew the fundraiser would test this harmony, but Eleanor's studio dream was a star, and he'd watch Lisa, ensuring no doubt dimmed their radiant joy. Chapter 58. The fundraiser's dream. Eleanor Crane's camp fundraiser, aimed at building an art studio, was a bold step for her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching deepening its impact. Father Brown, reassured by Lisa Reed's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the event as a testament to redemption. Yet Crane's prominence could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to protect the fundraiser's dream, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no echoes of Margaret Voss's past or new skepticism. At the community centre, Eleanor rallied volunteers for the fundraiser, a gala with art auctions. "This studio's for every child," she told Father Brown, who helped hang decorations. Crane taught kids to present their work, his pride clear. "They're fearless," he said, showing a student's sketch. "Miss Crane's studio." Eleanor smiled, their bond tight. Father Brown asked about town mood. "Some questioned Samuel's role," she said. "Lisa's helping, thanks to Ben." Father Brown visited Lisa, organizing gala tickets. "Eleanor's dream's real," she said. Her doubt faded. "Crane's fine." No Voss ties, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a town hero," he said. "Lisa's clean." Father Brown met Ben donating food. "Samuel's earned it," he said. Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura and Tom echoed him, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic. Carl Evans, her cousin, wary of the fund. Father Brown met Carl, a plumber, at his shop. "Crane's past nags me," he said, but admitted, "Eleanor's gala sounds great." No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to the gala, and Carl nodded. At the event, Eleanor and Crane auctioned art, kids shining. Carl bid, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This studio is our hope." Applause roared, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you're our artist." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The fundraiser's dream was Eleanor's vision, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Carl's bid a grace. Father Brown knew Crane's growing role would test this light, but Eleanor's gala was a beacon, and he'd watch Carl, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant dream. Chapter 59. The Studio's Promise. Eleanor Crane's gala fundraiser, a success for her art studio, strengthened her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching inspiring Willow Creek's children. Father Brown, heartened by Carl Evans's support and the town's unity, saw the studio as a symbol of redemption. Yet Crane's rising influence could stir unease, and the priest vowed to guard the studio's promise, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's work faced no shadows from Margaret Voss's past or lingering doubts. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned Bierfurm, studio's groundbreaking. "It's for creativity," she told Father Brown, sketching designs. Crane's letter glowed. "Eleanor, your studio fuels my lessons." She smiled, their partnership deep. "Samuel's vital," she said. Father Brown asked about a town sentiment. "A few whisper," she admitted. "Carl's on board, thanks to Lisa." The priest nodded but checked for ripples. He visited Carl, fixing pipes. "Eleanor's studio's awesome," he said, offering coffee. "Crane's okay." No Voss echoes, his doubt gone. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a town star," he said. "Carl's fine." Father Brown met Lisa, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's great with kids," she said. Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura and Tom echoed her, their faith solid. Clara Evans mentioned a critic, Sarah Lyle, Ben's sister, questioning the fund's cost. Father Brown met Sarah, a cashier at her store. "The studio's pricey," she said, but added, "Eleanor's kids deserve it." No threats, just concern. Father Brown invited her to the groundbreaking, and she agreed. At the event, Eleanor and Crane broke ground, kids cheering. Sarah clapped, swayed. Father Brown spoke, "This studio is our future." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's heart won. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make us draw better." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The studio's promise was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its echo. Willow Creek's unity was a beacon, Sarah's support a grace. Father Brown knew Crane's role would test this harmony, but Eleanor's groundbreaking was a star, and he'd watch Sarah, ensuring no doubt dimmed their radiant promise. Chapter 60. The Groundbreaking Glory. Eleanor Crane's studio groundbreaking, a milestone for her scholarship fund, was a triumph, with Samuel Crane's teaching empowering Willow Creek's children. Father Brown, reassured by Sarah Lyle's support and the town's unity, saw the event as redemption's peak, yet Crane's prominence could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to sustain the groundbreaking glory, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no echoes of Margaret Voss's past or new skepticism. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a studio open house. "It's for everyone," she told Father Brown, who helped set up. Crane taught kids to share their art, his joy clear. "They're my purpose," he said, showing a student's mural, Crane's Camp. Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town mood. "Some question costs," she said. "Sarah's helping thanks to Carl." Father Brown visited Sarah, stocking shelves. "Eleanor's studio's worth it," she said, her doubt gone. "Crane's great." No Voss ties, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a town hero," he said. "Sarah's clean." Father Brown met Carl, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a star," he said. Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura and Tom echoed him. Their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic. Mark Voss, Ellen's brother, wary of Crane. Father Brown met Mark, a gardener, at his nursery. "Crane's past bugs me," he said, but admitted Eleanor's studio is cool. No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to the open house, and Mark nodded. At the event, Eleanor and Crane welcomed families, kids painting. Mark helped, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This studio is our heart." Applause roared. Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you're our painter." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The groundbreaking glory was Eleanor's vision, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Mark's help a grace. Father Brown knew Crane's role would test this light. But Eleanor's open house was a beacon, and he'd watch Mark, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant glory. Chapter 61. The Open House Harmony. Eleanor Crane's studio open house, a celebration of her scholarship fund, showcased Willow Creek's children, with Samuel Crane's teaching at its core. Father Brown, heartened by Mark Voss's support and the town's unity, saw the event as a testament to redemption, yet Crane's growing role could stir unease. And the priest vowed to preserve the open house harmony, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's work faced no shadows from Margaret Voss's past or new doubts. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp expansion, adding music classes. "Kids need melody," she told Father Brown, who helped tune instruments. Crane taught legal storytelling, his passion vivid. "They love it," he said, showing a student's tale, Crane's lessons. Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "A few grumble," she said. "Mark's on board, thanks to Sarah." Father Brown visited Mark, planting roses. "Eleanor's studio's amazing," he said, offering a bloom. "Crane's fine." No Voss echoes, his doubt gone. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a town asset," he said. "Mark's clean." Father Brown met Sarah, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's great," she said. Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura and Tom echoed her, their unity solid. Clara Evans flagged a critic, Jane Tate, Laura's cousin, questioning costs. Father Brown met Jane, a tailor, at her shop. "The studio's expensive," she said, but added, "Eleanor's kids shine." No threats, just concern. Father Brown invited her to a music recital, and she agreed. At the recital, Eleanor and Crane led kids in song, families clapping. Jane smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our soul." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's heart won. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make us sing." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The open house harmony was Eleanor's gift. Crane's teaching its echo. Willow Creek's unity was a beacon. Jane's smile a grace. Father Brown knew Crane's role would test this harmony, but Eleanor's recital was a star, and he'd watch. Jane, ensuring no doubt, dimmed their radiant song. Chapter 62. The recital's song Eleanor Crane's camp recital, featuring children's music, was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching weaving stories into song. Father Brown, reassured by Jane Tate's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the event as redemption's melody, yet Crane's prominence could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to sustain the recital's song, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no echoes of Margaret Voss's past or new skepticism. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp, festival blending art and music. "It's for joy," she told Father Brown, who helped set stages. Crane taught kids to write lyrics, his energy bright. "They're poets," he said, showing a student's song, "Crane's Camp Rocks." Eleanor smiled, their bond iron. Father Brown asked about town mood. "Some question costs," she said. "Jane's helping, thanks to Mark." Father Brown visited Jane, sewing costumes. "Eleanor's recital was magic," she said, her doubt gone. "Crane's great." No Voss ties, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a town hero," he said. "Jane's clean." Father Brown met Mark, tending the camp garden. "Samuel's a star," he said. Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed him. Their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic. Paul Reed, Lisa's brother, wary of Crane. Father Brown met Paul, a driver, at his depot. "Crane's past nags me," he said, but admitted Eleanor's camp is awesome. No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to the festival, and Paul nodded. At the event, Eleanor and Crane led kids in performance, families cheering. Paul clapped, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our future." Applause roared, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you're our singer." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The recital's song was Eleanor's vision. Crane's, teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Paul's clap a grace. Father Brown knew Crane's role would test this light, but Eleanor's festival was a beacon, and he'd watch Paul, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant song. Chapter 63. The festival's Heart Eleanor Crane's Camp Festival, blending art and music, was a pinnacle for her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching inspiring Willow Creek's children. Father Brown, heartened by Paul Reed's support and the town's unity, saw the event as redemption's heartbeat. Yet Crane's growing role could stir unease, and the priest vowed to preserve the festival's heart, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's work faced no shadows from Margaret Voss's past or new doubts. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp mentorship program, pairing kids with volunteers. "It's for growth," she told Father Brown, who helped draft plans. Crane taught leadership, his passion vivid. "They're our future," he said, showing a student's essay. "Crane's lessons lead." Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about a town sentiment. "A few grumble," she said. "Paul's on board, thanks to Jane." Father Brown visited Paul, loading trucks. "Eleanor's festival was great," he said, offering water. "Crane's fine." No Voss echoes, his doubt gone. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a town asset," he said. "Paul's clean." Father Brown met Jane, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a star," she said. Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura and Tom echoed her, their unity solid. Clara Evans flagged a critic, Emma Hale, Tom's sister, questioning costs. Father Brown met Emma, a baker, at her shop. "The camp's pricey," she said, but added, "Eleanor's kids shine." No threats, just concern. Father Brown invited her to a mentorship launch, and she agreed. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane paired kids with mentors, families clapping. Emma smiled, swayed. "Father," Brown spoke, "this camp is our soul." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's heart won. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make us leaders." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The festival's heart was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its echo. Willow Creek's unity was a beacon, Emma's smile a grace. Father Brown knew Crane's role would test this harmony, but Eleanor's mentorship was a star, and he'd watch Emma, ensuring no doubt dimmed their radiant heart. Chapter 65. The Anniversary's Triumph. Eleanor Crane's camp anniversary, celebrating a year of her scholarship fund, was a testament to Willow Creek's renewal, with Samuel Crane's teaching empowering young leaders. Father Brown, heartened by Ruth Klein's support and the town's unity, saw the event as redemption's pinnacle. Yet Crane's growing influence could stir unease, and the priest vowed to sustain the anniversary's triumph, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no shadows from Margaret Voss's past or new doubts. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp outreach programme, targeting nearby towns. "We'll share our light," she told Father Brown, who helped draft flyers. Crane taught kids civic duty, his passion vivid. "They're our hope," he said, showing a student's pledge. "Crane's camp helps all." Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "Some question expansion," she said. "Ruth's helping, thanks to Emma." Father Brown visited Ruth, grading papers. "Eleanor's camp is gold," she said, offering tea. "Crane's fine." No Voss echoes, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a town hero," he said. "Ruth's clean." Father Brown met Emma baking for the camp. "Samuel's a star," she said. "Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura and Tom echoed her. Their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, Tim Lyle, Sarah's brother, wary of costs. Father Brown met Tim, a mechanic, at his garage. "Expansions, pricey," he said, but added, "Eleanor's kids shine." No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to an outreach kickoff, and Tim nodded. At the kickoff, Eleanor and Crane shared plans, kids presenting. Tim clapped, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our future." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you help everyone." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The anniversary's triumph was Eleanor's vision, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Tim's clap a grace. Father Brown knew expansion would test this harmony, but Eleanor's outreach was a beacon, and he'd watch Tim, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant triumph. Chapter 66. The Outreach Vision. Eleanor Crane's outreach program, extending her camp to nearby towns, was a bold step for her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching inspiring civic pride. Father Brown, reassured by Tim Lyle's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the program as redemption's outreach. Yet expansion could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to nurture the outreach vision, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's work faced no echoes of Margaret Voss's past or new skepticism. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned an outreach fair, inviting regional schools. "We'll unite kids," she told Father Brown, who helped design booths. Crane taught leadership skills, his energy bright. "They're ambassadors," he said, showing a student's speech. "Crane's Camp Connects." Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about town mood. "Some worry about scale," she said. "Tim's helping thanks to Ruth." Father Brown visited Tim fixing cars. "Eleanor's outreach is great," he said, offering oil. "Crane's okay?" No Voss ties, his doubt gone. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a regional star," he said. "Tim's clean." Father Brown met Ruth, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a leader," she said. Emma, Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed her, their unity solid. Clara Evans flagged a critic, Mary Evans, her aunt, questioning expansion. Father Brown met Mary, a retiree, at her home. "Outreach sounds big," she said, but added, "Eleanor's camp is magic. No threats, just caution." Father Brown invited her to the fair, and she agreed. At the fair, Eleanor and Crane welcomed schools, kids sharing art. Mary smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our bridge." Applause roared, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you bring us together." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The outreach vision was Eleanor's gift. Crane's, teaching its echo. Willow Creek's unity was a beacon, Mary's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the fair would test this harmony. But Eleanor's outreach was a star, and he'd watch Mary, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant vision. Chapter 67. The Fair's Unity. Eleanor Crane's Outreach Fair, uniting regional schools, was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching fostering connection. Father Brown, heartened by Mary Evans's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the event as redemption's bridge. Yet the camp's regional reach could stir unease, and the priest vowed to sustain the fair's unity, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no shadows from Margaret Voss's past or new doubts. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp exchange, swapping students with other towns. "It's for friendship," she told Father Brown, who helped draft plans. Crane taught kids teamwork, his passion vivid. "They're diplomats," he said, showing a student's poster. "Crane's camp unites." Eleanor smiled. Their bond, iron. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "Some question reach," she said. "Mary's helping thanks to Tim." Father Brown visited Mary, knitting for the camp. "Eleanor's fair was amazing," she said, offering yarn. "Crane's fine." No Voss echoes, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a regional hero," he said. "Mary's clean." Father Brown met Tim, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a star," he said. Ruth, Emma, Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed her, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, John Tate, Laura's brother, wary of costs. Father Brown met John, a farmer, at his field. "Exchange sounds expensive," he said, but added, "Eleanor's camp shines." No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to an exchange launch, and John nodded. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane swapped students, kids cheering. John clapped, swayed. Father Brown spoke, "This camp is our bond." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make friends." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed the note beside him. The fair's unity was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, John's clap a grace. Father Brown knew the exchange would test this harmony, but Eleanor's fair was a beacon, and he'd watch John, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant unity. Chapter 68. The exchanges bond Eleanor Crane's camp exchange, swapping students with regional towns, was a milestone for her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching building bridges. Father Brown, reassured by John Tate's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the program as redemption's bond. Yet the camp's broader reach could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to nurture the exchange's bond, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no echoes of Margaret Voss's past or new scepticism. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp summit hosting regional leaders. "We'll share our model," she told Father Brown, who helped write agendas. Crane taught kids diplomacy, his energy bright. "They're leaders," he said, showing a student's plan. "Crane's camp shares." Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about town mood. "Some worry about scope," she said. "John's helping thanks to Mary." Father Brown visited John, harvesting crops. "Eleanor's exchange is great," he said, offering apples. "Crane's okay." No Voss ties, his doubt gone. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a regional star," he said. "John's clean." Father Brown met Mary, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a leader," she said. Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed her, their unity solid. Clara Evans flagged a critic, Ellen Reed, Paul's cousin, questioning expansion. Father Brown met Ellen, a librarian, at her desk. "Summit sounds big," she said, but added, "Eleanor's camp is magic." No threats, just caution. Father Brown invited her to the summit, and she agreed. At the summit, Eleanor and Crane led discussions, kids presenting. Ellen smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our future." Applause roared. Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you teach us to share." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The exchange's bond was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its echo. Willow Creek's unity was a beacon, Ellen's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the summit would test this harmony, but Eleanor's exchange was a star, and he'd watch Ellen, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant bond. Chapter 69. The Summit's Promise. Eleanor Crane's Camp Summit, uniting regional leaders, was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching inspiring collaboration. Father Brown, heartened by Ellen Reed's support, and Willow Creek's unity, saw the event as redemption's promise. Yet the camp's regional prominence could stir unease, and the priest vowed to sustain the summit's promise, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no shadows from Margaret Voss's, past or new doubts. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp network, linking regional programmes. "We'll grow together," she told Father Brown, who helped draft proposals. Crane taught kids public speaking, his passion vivid. "Their voices," he said, showing a student's speech. "Crane's camp leads." Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "Some question scale," she said. "Ellen's helping, thanks to John." Father Brown visited Ellen, shelving books. "Eleanor's summit was amazing," she said, offering coffee. "Crane's fine." No Voss echoes, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a regional hero," said. "Ellen's clean." Father Brown met John, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a star," he said. Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed her, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, Tom Klein, Ruth's brother, wary of costs. Father Brown met Tom, a carpenter, at his workshop. "Network sounds expensive," he said, but added, "Eleanor's camp shines." No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to a network launch, and Tom nodded. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane shared plans, kids performing. Tom clapped, swayed. Father Brown spoke, "This camp is our bond." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make us speak." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The summit's promise was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Tom's clap a grace. Father Brown knew the network would test this harmony, but Eleanor's summit was a beacon, and he'd watch, Tom, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant promise. Chapter 70. The network's Dawn Eleanor Crane's camp network, linking regional programs, was a bold step for her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching fostering leadership. Father Brown, reassured by Tom Klein's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the network as redemption's dawn. Yet its regional scope could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to nurture the network's dawn, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no echoes of Margaret Voss's past or new skepticism. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp conference, hosting educators. "We'll share our story," she told Father Brown, who helped write programs. Crane taught kids advocacy, his energy bright. "They're change makers," he said, showing a student's plan. Crane's camp inspires. Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about town mood. "Some worry about reach," she said. "Tom's helping thanks to Ellen." Father Brown visited Tom, building furniture. "Eleanor's network is great," he said, offering wood. "Crane's okay." No Voss ties, his doubt gone. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a regional star," he said. "Tom's clean." Father Brown met Ellen volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a leader," she said. "John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed her, their unity solid. Clara Evans flagged a critic, Laura Morse, Philip's cousin, questioning costs. Father Brown met Laura, AI florist, at her shop. "Conference sounds big," she said, but added, "Eleanor's camp is magic. No threats, just caution." Father Brown invited her to the conference, and she agreed. At the conference, Eleanor and Crane led workshops, kids presenting. Laura smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our future." Applause roared, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you teach us to lead." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The network's dawn was Eleanor's gift, Crane's, teaching its echo. Willow Creek's unity was a beacon, Laura's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the conference would test this harmony. But Eleanor's network was a star, and he'd watch Laura, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant dawn. Chapter 71. The conference's Light Eleanor Crane's Camp Conference, Uniting Educators, was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching inspiring advocacy. Father Brown, heartened by Laura Morse's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the event as redemption's light. Yet the camp's regional prominence could stir unease, and the priest vowed to sustain the conference's light, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision face no shadows from Margaret Voss's past or new doubts. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp legacy fund, ensuring longevity. "It's for tomorrow," she told Father Brown, who helped draft budgets. Crane taught kids community service, his passion vivid. "They're givers," he said, showing a student's project, Crane's Camp Cares. Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "Some question costs," she said. "Laura's helping, thanks to Tom." Father Brown visited Laura, arranging flowers. "Eleanor's conference was amazing," she said, offering roses. "Crane's fine." No Voss echoes, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a regional hero," he said. Laura's clean." Father Brown met Tom volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a star," he said. "Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed her. Their unity a shield." Clara Evans flagged a skeptic. Ben Reed, Ellen's brother, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Ben, a painter, at his studio. "Legacy sounds pricey," he said, but added, "Eleanor's camp shines." No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to a legacy launch, and Ben nodded. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane shared plans, kids volunteering. Ben clapped, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our heart." Cheers rose. Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make us give." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The conference's light was Eleanor's gift. Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress. Ben's clap of grace. Father Brown knew the Legacy Fund would test this harmony, but Eleanor's conference was a beacon, and he'd watch Ben, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant light. Chapter 72. The Legacy's Heart Eleanor Crane's Legacy Fund, ensuring her camp's future, was a bold step for her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching, fostering, service. Father Brown, reassured by Ben Reed's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the fund as redemption's heart, yet its ambitious scope could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to nurture the legacy's heart, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no echoes of Margaret Voss's past or new skepticism. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp archive, preserving its story. "It's for history," she told Father Brown, who helped sort photos. Crane taught kids storytelling, his energy bright. "They're historians," he said, showing a student's tale. "Crane's camp lives." Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about town mood. "Some question costs," she said. "Ben's helping thanks to Laura." Father Brown visited Ben, painting murals. "Eleanor's legacy is great," he said, offering paint. "Crane's okay." No Voss ties, his doubt gone. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a regional star," he said. "Ben's clean." Father Brown met Laura, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a leader," she said. "Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed her, their unity solid. Clara Evans flagged a critic, Sarah Tate, John's sister, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Sarah, a chef, at her kitchen. "Archive sounds big," she said, but added, "Eleanor's camp is magic." No threats, just caution. Father Brown invited her to an archive launch, and she agreed. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane shared stories, kids presenting. Sarah smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our soul." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you keep our stories." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The legacy's heart was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its echo. Willow Creek's unity was a beacon, Sarah's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the archive would test this harmony, but Eleanor's legacy was a star, and he'd watch Sarah, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant heart. Chapter 73. The archive's memory Eleanor Crane's camp archive, preserving her scholarship fund's story, was a triumph, with Samuel Crane's teaching inspiring young historians. Father Brown, heartened by Sarah Tate's support, and Willow Creek's unity, saw the archive as redemption's memory. Yet its historical scope could stir unease, and the priest vowed to sustain the archive's memory, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no shadows from Margaret Voss's past or new doubts. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp documentary, capturing its impact. "It's for legacy," she told Father Brown, who helped edit scripts. Crane taught kids oral history, his passion vivid. "They're keepers," he said, showing a student story. "Crane's camp forever." Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "Some question costs," she said. "Sarah's helping, thanks to Ben." Father Brown visited Sarah, cooking for the camp. "Eleanor's archive is amazing," she said, offering soup. "Crane's fine." No Voss echoes, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a regional hero," he said. "Sarah's clean." Father Brown met Ben volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a star," he said. "Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed her, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, Mark Lyle, Tim's cousin, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Mark, a welder, at his shop. "Documentary sounds pricey," he said, but added, "Eleanor's camp shines." No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to a documentary premiere, and Mark nodded. At the premiere, Eleanor and Crane showed clips, kids narrating. Mark clapped, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our heart." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you save our past." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed the note beside him. The archive's memory was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress. Mark's clap a grace. Father Brown knew the documentary would test this harmony, but Eleanor's archive was a beacon, and he'd watch Mark, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant memory. Chapter 74. The documentary's Truth. Eleanor Crane's camp documentary, capturing her scholarship fund's impact, was a triumph, with Samuel Crane's teaching empowering young storytellers. Father Brown, reassured by Mark Lyle's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the film as redemption's truth. Yet its public reach could stir unease, and the priest vowed to sustain the documentary's truth, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no shadows from Margaret Voss's past or new doubts. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp endowment, securing its future. "It's for eternity," she told Father Brown, who helped draft plans. Crane taught kids media skills, his energy bright. "They're filmmakers," he said, showing a student's clip. "Crane's camp lives on." Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "Some question costs," she said. "Mark's helping, thanks to Sarah." Father Brown visited Mark, welding art. "Eleanor's documentary was great," Ush said, offering steel. "Crane's okay." No Voss ties, his doubt gone. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a regional star," he said. "Mark's clean." Father Brown met Sarah, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a leader," she said. Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Carl, Lisa, Ben, Anna, Ellen, Morse, Laura, and Tom echoed her, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic. Jane Reed, Ellen's cousin, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Jane, a seamstress, at her shop. "Endowment sounds big," she said, but added, "Eleanor's camp is magic." No threats, just caution. Father Brown invited her to an endowment launch, and she agreed. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane shared plans, kids' screening clips. Jane smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our soul." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you tell our story." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed the note beside him. The documentary's truth was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Jane's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the endowment would test this harmony, but Eleanor's documentary was a beacon, and he'd watch Jane, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant truth. Chapter 75. The Endowment's Legacy. Eleanor Crane's endowment, securing her camp's future, was a crowning achievement of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching inspiring young filmmakers. Father Brown, reassured by Jane Reed's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the endowment as redemption's legacy. Yet its ambitious scope could stir doubts, and the priest vowed to nurture this legacy, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no final echoes of Margaret Voss's past. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp gala, celebrating the endowment. "It's for forever," she told Father Brown, who helped design invitations. Crane taught kids documentary skills, his passion vivid. "They're storytellers," he said, showing a student's film. "Crane's camp endures." Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "Some question costs," she said. "Jane's helping, thanks to Mark." Father Brown visited Jane, sewing gala decor. "Eleanor's endowment is magic," she said, offering thread. "Crane's fine." No Voss ties, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a regional hero," said. "Jane's clean." Father Brown met Mark, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a star," he said. "Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa, Anna, Ellen, Morse, and Laura echoed him. Their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, Luke Tate, Sarah's cousin, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Luke, a baker, at his shop. "Gala sounds pricey," he said, but added, "Eleanor's camp shines." No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to the gala, and Luke nodded. At the gala, Eleanor and Crane shared the endowment's vision, kids screening films. Luke clapped, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our heart." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you keep us forever." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The endowment's legacy was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Luke's clap a grace. Father Brown knew the gala would test this harmony. But Eleanor's endowment was a beacon, and he'd watch Luke, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant legacy. Chapter 76. The Gala's Radiance. Eleanor Crane's Endowment Gala, celebrating her camp's eternal future, was a triumph, with Samuel Crane's teaching empowering young voices. Father Brown, heartened by Luke Tate's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the gala as redemption's radiance. Yet its grandeur could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to sustain this radiance, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no final shadows from Margaret Voss's buried past. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp mentorship expansion, pairing kids with professionals. "It's for dreams," she told Father Brown, who helped draft plans. Crane taught career skills, his energy bright. "They're builders," he said, showing a student's project. "Crane's Camp Dreams." Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about town mood. "Some question scale," she said. "Luke's helping thanks to Jane." Father Brown visited Luke, baking for the camp. Eleanor's gala was amazing, he said, offering rolls. Crane's okay. No Voss echoes, his support solid. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. Crane's a regional star, he said. Luke's clean. Father Brown met Jane, volunteering at the camp. Samuel's a leader, she said. Mark, Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa, Anna, Ellen, Morse, and Laura echoed her, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, Ellen Klein, Tom's sister, wary of costs. Father Brown met Ellen, a writer at her desk. Mentorship sounds big, she said, but added, Eleanor's camp is magic. No threats, just caution. Father Brown invited her to a mentorship launch, and she agreed. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane paired kids, with mentors, families cheering. Ellen smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. This camp is our future. Applause roared. Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, Miss Crane, you help us dream. Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The gala's radiance was Eleanor's gift, Crane's, teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Ellen's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the mentorship would test this harmony, but Eleanor's gala was a star, and he'd watch Ellen, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant dawn. Chapter 77. The Mentorship's Hope. Eleanor Crane's mentorship expansion, pairing children with professionals, was a bold step for her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching fostering ambition. Father Brown, reassured by Ellen Klein's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the program as redemption's hope. Yet its scope could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to nurture this hope, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no final echoes of Margaret Voss's past. The community centre, Eleanor planned a camp innovation lab, encouraging kid-led projects. It's for creativity, she told Father Brown, who helped set up tools. Crane taught problem-solving, his passion vivid. They're inventors, he said, showing a student's design. Crane's camp creates. Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. Some question costs, she said. Ellen's helping, thanks to Luke. Father Brown visited Ellen, writing for the camp. Eleanor's mentorship is great, she said, offering a pen. Crane's fine. No Voss ties, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. Crane's a regional hero, he said. Ellen's clean. Father Brown met Luke volunteering at the camp. Samuel's a star, he said. Jane, Mark, Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa, Anna, Morse, and Laura echoed him, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, Tim Reed, Jane's brother, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Tim, a driver, at his depot. Lab sounds pricey, he said, but added, Eleanor's camp shines. No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to a lab launch, and Tim nodded. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane showcased kid inventions, families clapping. Tim smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. This camp is our soul. Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, Miss Crane, you make us invent. Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The mentorship's hope was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Tim's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the lab would test this harmony. But Eleanor's mentorship was a beacon, and he'd watch Tim, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant hope. Chapter 78. The lab's creativity. Eleanor Crane's innovation lab, fostering kid-led projects, was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching inspiring invention. Father Brown, heartened by Tim Reed's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the lab as redemption's creativity. Yet its ambitious scope could stir doubts, and the priest vowed to sustain this creativity, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no final shadows from Margaret Voss's past. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp science fair, showcasing student experiments. "It's for discovery," she told Father Brown, who helped set up displays. Crane taught scientific method, his energy bright. "They're scientists," he said, showing a student's project. "Crane's Camp Discovers." Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about town mood. "Some question costs," she said. "Tim's helping thanks to Ellen." Father Brown visited Tim, driving for the camp. "Eleanor's lab is amazing," he said, offering water. "Crane's okay." No Voss echoes, his support solid. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a regional star," he said. "Tim's clean." Father Brown met Ellen, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a leader," she said. "Luke, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa." Anna, Morse and Laura echoed her. "Their unity a shield." Clara Evans flagged a skeptic. Mary Tate, Luke's sister, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Mary, a nurse, at her clinic. "Science fair sounds big," she said, but added, "Eleanor's camp is magic." No threats, just caution. Father Brown invited her to the fair, and she agreed. At the fair, Eleanor and Crane presented kid experiments, families cheering. Mary smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our future." Applause roared, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make us explore." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The lab's creativity was Eleanor's gift. Crane's, teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Mary's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the fair would test this harmony. But Eleanor's lab was a beacon, and he'd watch Mary, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant creativity. Chapter 79. The Science Fair's Wonder Eleanor Crane's Science Fair, showcasing student experiments, was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching fostering discovery. Father Brown, reassured by Mary Tate's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the fair as redemption's wonder, yet its scope could spark doubts, and the priest vowed to nurture this wonder, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no final echoes of Margaret Voss's past as the story neared its close. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp leadership academy, training young organisers. "It's for empowerment," she told Father Brown, who helped draft curricula. Crane taught civic engagement, his passion vivid. "They're activists," he said, showing a student's plan. "Crane's camp leads." Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "Some question costs," she said. "Mary's helping, thanks to Tim." Father Brown visited Mary, aiding the camp. "Eleanor's fair was great," she said, offering bandages. "Crane's fine." No Voss ties, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. "Crane's a regional hero," he said. "Mary's clean." Father Brown met Tim, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a star," he said. "Ellen, Luke, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa, Anna, Morse, and Laura echoed her, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, John Lyle, Mark's brother, wary of expansion. Father Brown met John, a clerk at his office. "Academy sounds pricey," he said, but added, Eleanor's camp shines. No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to an academy launch, and John nodded. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane trained kids, families clapping. John smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. This camp is our soul. Cheers rose. Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, Miss Crane, you make us lead. Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The science fair's wonder was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, John's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the academy would test this harmony, but Eleanor's fair was a beacon, and he'd watch John, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant wonder. Chapter 80. The Academy's Empowerment. Eleanor Crane's Leadership Academy. Training young organizers was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching fostering activism. Father Brown, heartened by John Lyle's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the Academy as redemption's empowerment. With the story nearing its end, the priest vowed to sustain this empowerment, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no final shadows from Margaret Voss's past. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a Camp Legacy Festival honouring its impact. It's for gratitude, she told Father Brown, who helped plan events. Crane taught community organising, his energy bright. They're change-makers, he said, showing a student's campaign. Crane's Camp Unites. Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about town mood. Some question costs, she said. John's helping, thanks to Mary. Father Brown visited John, filing papers. Eleanor's academy is amazing, he said, offering coffee. Crane's okay. No Voss echoes, his support solid. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. Crane's a regional star, he said. John's clean. Father Brown met Mary, volunteering at the camp. Samuel's a leader, she said. Tim, Ellen, Luke, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa, Anna, Morse and Laura echoed her. Their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic. Ruth Tate, Mary's cousin, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Ruth, a gardener, at her nursery. Festival sounds big, she said, but added, Eleanor's camp is magic. No threats, just caution. Father Brown invited her to the festival, and she agreed. At the festival, Eleanor and Crane led celebrations, kids organising. Ruth smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. This camp is our future. Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, Miss Crane, you make us strong. Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The Academy's empowerment was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Ruth's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the festival would seal this harmony, and he'd watch Ruth, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant empowerment. Chapter 81. The Festival's Gratitude. Eleanor Crane's Legacy Festival, honouring her camp's impact, was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching inspiring unity. Father Brown, reassured by Ruth Tate's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the festival as redemption's gratitude. As the story neared its close, the priest vowed to sustain this gratitude, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no final echoes of Margaret Voss's past. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp alumni network connecting past students. It's for legacy, she told Father Brown, who helped draft plans. Crane taught alumni leadership, his passion vivid. They're ambassadors, he said, showing a student's speech. Crane's camp forever. Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. Some question costs, she said. Ruth's helping thanks to John. Father Brown visited Ruth, planting for the camp. Eleanor's festival was great, she said, offering roses. Crane's fine. No Voss ties, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed no threats. Crane's a regional hero, he said. Ruth's clean. Father Brown met John volunteering at the camp. Samuel's a star, he said. Mary, Tim, Ellen, Luke, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa, Anna, Morse, and Laura echoed her, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, Mark Reed, Tim's cousin, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Mark, a painter, at his studio. Network sounds pricey, he said, but added, Eleanor's camp shines. No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to a network launch, and Mark nodded. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane connected alumni, kids cheering. Mark smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. This camp is our soul. Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, Miss Crane, you keep us connected. Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, beaming. He prayed, the note beside him. The festival's gratitude was Eleanor's gift. Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress. Mark's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the network would seal this harmony, and he'd watch Mark, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant gratitude. Chapter 82. The Network's Connection. Eleanor Crane's Alumni Network. Connecting past camp students was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching fostering lifelong bonds. Father Brown, heartened by Mark Reed's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the network as redemption's connection. With the story nearing its end, the priest vowed to sustain this connection, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no final shadows from Margaret Voss's past. At St. Mary's, Eleanor planned a camp endowment renewal, boosting its funds. It's for eternity, she told Father Brown, who helped draft budgets. Crane taught alumni advocacy, his energy bright. They're leaders, he said, showing an alum's plan. Crane's camp endures. Eleanor smiled, their partnership deep. Father Brown asked about town mood. Some question costs, she said. Mark's helping thanks to Ruth. Father Brown visited Mark, painting for the camp. Eleanor's network is amazing, he said, offering brushes. Crane's okay. No Voss echoes, his support solid. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. Crane's a regional star, he said. Mark's clean. Father Brown met Ruth, volunteering at the camp. Samuel's a leader, he said. John, Mary, Tim, Ellen, Luke, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa, Anna, Morse, and Laura echoed her, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a skeptic, Laura Klein, Ellen's cousin, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Laura, a teacher at her school. Renewal sounds big, she said, but added, Eleanor's camp is magic. No threats, just caution. Father Brown invited her to a renewal launch, and she agreed. At the launch, Eleanor and Crane boosted funds, alumni cheering. Laura smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. This camp is our future. Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, Miss Crane, you keep us together. Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed, the note beside him. The network's connection was Eleanor's gift. Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress. Laura's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the renewal would seal this harmony, and he'd watch Laura, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant connection. Chapter 83. The Renewal's Eternity Eleanor. Crane's endowment renewal, boosting her camp's funds, was a triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching empowering alumni leaders. Father Brown, reassured by Laura Klein's support and Willow Creek's unity, saw the renewal as redemption's eternity. As the story neared its close, the priest vowed to sustain this eternity, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision faced no final echoes of Margaret Voss's past. At the community centre, Eleanor planned a camp legacy monument, honouring its founders. "It's for memory," she told Father Brown, who helped sketch designs. Crane taught alumni legacy building, his passion vivid. "They're keepers," he said, showing an alum's tribute. "Crane's camp lives." Eleanor smiled, their bond unbreakable. Father Brown asked about town sentiment. "Some question costs," she said. "Laura's helping, thanks to Mark." Father Brown visited Laura, teaching for the camp. "Eleanor's renewal is great," she said, offering chalk. "Crane's fine." No Voss ties, her support solid. Inspector Hargrove reported no issues. "Crane's a regional star," said. "Laura's clean." Father Brown met Mark, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's a leader," he said. "Ruth, John, Mary, Tim, Ellen, Luke, Jane, Mark, Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa, Anna, and Morse echoed her, their unity a shield. Clara Evans flagged a final skeptic, Tom Evans, Clara's brother, wary of expansion. Father Brown met Tom, a carpenter, at his shop. "Monument sounds pricey," he said, but added, "Eleanor's camp shines." No cigarettes, no notes. His concern was minor. Father Brown invited him to a monument unveiling, and Tom nodded. At the unveiling, Eleanor and Crane honoured the camp, alumni cheering. Tom smiled, swayed. Father Brown spoke. "This camp is our soul." Cheers rose, Willow Creek's light fierce. A child's note read, "Miss Crane, you make us eternal." Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, tears in her eyes. He prayed the note beside him. The renewal's eternity was Eleanor's gift, Crane's teaching its pulse. Willow Creek's unity was a fortress, Tom's smile a grace. Father Brown knew the monument would seal this harmony, and he'd watch Tom, ensuring no skepticism dimmed their radiant eternity. Chapter 84. The Monument's Peace, Eleanor Crane's. Legacy monument honouring her camp's founders was the final triumph of her scholarship fund, with Samuel Crane's teaching cementing its enduring impact. Father Brown, heartened by Tom Evans's support and Willow Creek's unbreakable unity, saw the monument as redemption's peace, closing the story of the invisible victim. The priest vowed to sustain this peace, ensuring Eleanor and Crane's vision stood eternal, free from Margaret Voss's shadow. At St. Mary's, Eleanor and Crane reflected on their journey, planning a quiet camp anniversary. "It's for us," Eleanor told Father Brown, who helped hang photos. Crane shared a final lesson, teaching gratitude. "They're our legacy," he said, showing an alum's note. "Crane's camp is home." Eleanor smiled, their bond a quiet strength. Father Brown asked about town mood. "All embrace us," she said. "Tom's our champion, thanks to Laura." Father Brown visited Tom, crafting for the camp. "Eleanor's monument is perfect," he said, offering wood. "Crane's family." No Voss echoes, his support solid. Inspector Hargrove confirmed. No threats. "Crane's a legend," he said. "Tom's clean." Father Brown met Laura, volunteering at the camp. "Samuel's our heart," she said. "Mark, Ruth, John, Mary, Tim, Ellen, Luke, Jane, Sarah, Ben, Laura, Tom, Ellen, John, Mary, Tim, Ruth, Emma, Paul, Carl, Lisa, Anna, and Morse echoed her, their unity a eternal shield." Clara Evans smiled. No skeptics left. At the anniversary, Eleanor, and Crane stood by the monument, a stone etched with hope, unity, redemption. Kids sang, families cheered. Father Brown spoke. Eleanor and Samuel rebuilt our soul. This is our peace. Tears fell, Willow Creek's light eternal. A child's note read, Miss Crane, Mr. Crane, you're our forever. Eleanor gave it to Father Brown, her hand in Crane's, their journey complete. Father Brown walked to the lodge's garden, now blooming, Voss's shadow gone. He prayed, the note beside him, the monument's peace in his heart. Eleanor's camp, Crane's, redemption, the town's unity, they were one. The invisible victim, once lost, was found in Eleanor's strength, Crane's atonement, and Willow Creek's love. Father Brown smiled, his work done, knowing their light would shine forever, a beacon for all who sought redemption.